Colin McLaughlin here for Talk Radio WRNR and TV10, as well as WRNR TV on YouTube. We are now sending you to the 2021 Soapbox Derby in downtown Martinsburg.
We are at the bottom of what we understand is known as Red Hill as we get ready for what will be the 21st running of the Bucky's LTD Norwalk Soapbox Derby race, as we have racers from what we understand 5 counties, 3 in West Virginia, including 1 over in Virginia, 1 in Maryland. That would be Frederick County and Washington County. And all those racers are right now at the top of the hill and getting ready for what will be a fun day of competition to see who will win in one of 3 categories or classifications, and those winners will get a chance to move on to the national competition in Akron, Ohio. Matt Miller with you along with Matt Crawford, John Alderton running our TV10 camera. Colin McLaughlin is our engineer back at the studio. And Matt, there's a lot of excitement, especially at the top of the hill. We're at the bottom where the excitement will be coming when they cross that finish line, but right now the opening ceremony's wrapping up and they're starting to load up cars and get ready to race.
I tell you what, I'm looking forward to it. I've never been a part of a soapbox derby, never been to a soapbox derby, so certainly looking forward to seeing how everything's run. It's cool seeing the setup here with all the timers and everything down at the bottom of the hill and seeing the behind-the-scenes action here. So I'm looking forward to it and hoping to bring it to you all today too.
As John is, I believe, looking right now up at the top of the hill, as I can see, he is looking for, or at the 2/10. So, Matt, let's switch our view just so the folks can see that at the 2/10, that is where the 2 cars will come out of, and underneath of those 2/10, they have small ramps. Think of one like you might pull your vehicle up onto if you're going to change the oil. So it's a little bit of a slope, and then they have mechanisms that stop the car once they're up onto that little ramp, and then there is a mechanism that ties the 2 together so that you know you're going to get an even start to the race. They will press that button, that little flap will drop, the racers will begin to come down, and then they will continue until they roll right through the finish line that is just a little bit up from where we are. And as they roll through that finish line, you will hear it. Believe me, we do have a little crowd mic out, so you'll be able to pick some of that up. But they will apply the brakes, and the brakes are a rubber pad basically on the bottom of a wood shaft that comes out of the bottom of the car and will stop them, and then just beyond us they will load those cars onto trailers, and pickup trucks will then take those cars down a block and then back up around. They'll circle to the square, and those guys driving the trucks, they're going to be like NASCAR drivers today because they're just going to continue to make this long loop all day long.
Could be a pit crew too, loading those cars on and off, and you seem to be an old pro at this.
We did some broadcasts here when they first got underway. I'll be honest with you, I could not believe when I heard Trey Nepper talking about the fact that this is the 21st year for this event since its return. I remember when Talk Radio WRNR was out here in those first couple of years, including that very first year when it returned. It had been a 50-year absence of soapbox derby racing here in Martinsburg, and there was just a lot of hoopla when it came back, and it has gone on strong over these last 21 years. They did not get a chance to race last year, obviously, with COVID, and I wonder if the numbers may be down just a little bit this year coming out of that pandemic, but certainly impressive to see these kids out here and racing today. I'm looking at the Facebook page for this event, and they mentioned that we are racing on the same hill in downtown Martinsburg where children raced all the way back in the 1930s.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think that's the element.
Yeah, to have that history behind it, that's pretty cool to be at the exact same location, even with the gap in eras, if you will, between when it happened back then and the last 20-plus years. So it's pretty cool that it's the exact same location here downtown.
For those that are unfamiliar with the Soapbox Derby, these cars do not have motors in any way, shape, or form, and the different classifications of stock, super stock, and masters. Part of it deals with the age, part of it deals with the size of the driver, and then ultimately the different classifications come down to the weight of both the car and the driver together. Stock, the car and driver cannot equal more than 200 pounds, while in super stock it goes up to 240 and masters up to 255, and it is gravity that will bring these vehicles, if you will, down the hillside. There is no steering wheel either. The steering comes from a pair of wires that come up the sides of the vehicle, and they use their fingers on the inside of the vehicle, and by simply pulling your left hand or right hand back or forward, it will steer those front wheels. And from everyone that I've ever talked to through the years, and hopefully we'll get a chance to talk with Trey Nepper, although he's a busy man.
He is. He's running around like a chicken with his head cut off right now.
He heads this up. Well, he knows this inside and out because he was a racer who won and went on to that All-America Soapbox Derby race back in his day. And from everything that I've learned in talking with him and others, the key is really straight line. Straight line. How can you keep your car in the straightest line possible as you make your way down this hill? Because any little drift one way or the other could be the difference in those splits of seconds. Not just seconds, but I mean tenths or even hundredths of a second. That could be the difference by the time you cross that finish line. Hopefully, as you're watching today on TV10 and WRNR TV on YouTube, you will be able to see the finish line inset into our picture, and so you'll be able to see the cars as they're coming down the hill. And then down in the lower left-hand corner, you will notice just a small screen, and right now that one is looking directly across the finish line and at one of the houses on the opposite side of Queen Street here. But what you will see is the cars very quickly shoot through that picture, and you'll hopefully be able to get an idea of which car edges out the other car and just how close some of these races will be.
Any idea how fast they get up to?
I've been told that they could get up to the speeds that are allowed on this road, which is 25, and maybe even some of the Masters cars, which are a little bit bigger kids, and they have the larger weights, that they can maybe even get up to as much as 30 miles an hour as they're coming down this hill. And they'll come down the hill twice. There are two lanes, and so the racers will come down the first time, and that will be the first heat or the first qualifier, and then they will take the cars back up around, and of course other cars will come down in a sequence, and then they will repeat that sequence, but the drivers will race in the opposite lanes, because it seems that each year, whether it's the heat, whether it's the conditions of a cloudy sky like today. In fact, Trey was saying earlier he really felt like if it stays cloudy today, both of these lanes may run a little more even than if the sun comes out, because for whatever reason, the way that the sun must hit the street here, one of the lanes heats up a little bit, and cars tend to be faster in one lane than the other.
Well, if you look at it right in front of us, I mean, one of the what do you call it, the northbound lane of Queen Street is at more of an angle than, I guess, for water runoff than what the other lane is. That one sits basically facing directly up, while this one has more of a slope to it. So maybe the more direct sun rather than on the slope. I don't know. That's a little too scientific for my knowledge, but just venturing a guess there.
Either way, in order to make sure that it is even and equal, then the racers get a chance to come down in each lane, and then it becomes the race differential. So who was able to basically come down quicker in their two runs, and that's determined by the differential of the two races, and whoever has that lower differential will get a chance to move on, while one racer will be eliminated. Now, from what I understand, too, I heard in the opening announcements, this is double elimination, and so the racers, if we look at our brackets, will move on in the winner's bracket, but will also move over into a loser's bracket. So you have a chance to continue to advance. So each of these young people will have a chance to come down this hill a minimum of 4 times. Once in each lane in their first heat, and then once in each lane in what would be their second heat. And we've got a pair of racers coming down the hill even as we speak. So let's see what happens as they come across that finish line. And there you hear the brakes, and I tell you, Matt, one of the fun things about it is getting the opportunity to see the cars themselves and how these young people and their families, those that they are working with, decorate those cars to really make them look sharp.
Well, those drives are packed in there.
They are.
They're like sardines in there.
Yep, they definitely, and again, it's all based on aerodynamics, right? They want to be as low in that car as possible so that they are just kind of looking right over the top part of the car, and the only thing sticking up is really the top of their head or their helmet, and even those helmets try to be as aerodynamic as possible. We understand that was Cademan Hager and Cohen Huffman out of the Masters division who just came down. Huffman in that number 17 and Hager in that number 100 car. Again, part of the fun is getting a chance to see some of those designs as these cars come down. And, of course, one of those cars with all of the decorations for Bucky's LTD, who is a main sponsor for this event. It is the Bucky's LTD Norwalk Soapbox Derby race. So we saw our first racers come down the hill and moved at a pretty good pace.
They did. It was quicker than I thought it was going to be. You kind of blinked a couple of times, and all of a sudden they were right at the finish line. And you're right about the brake noise.
So let's turn up our crowd mic just a little bit and see what we can gather as they were giving out some information there. We'll try to catch that as we can and let you know who is winning and who is advancing. They are setting up the next couple of racers as we speak, and we understand that it may be a pair of super stock racers that will be coming down next. We've got 5 racers in the Masters division, and this is all done by a draw. I actually spent a little bit of time last night catching, or maybe it was this morning. It's all blending together right now. But it was Trey and his wife doing the draw for these, and it's simply a matter of 0.097, the difference, and it looks like Cademan Hager came in slightly ahead of Cohen Huffman in that first race. So those two will go down again in opposite lanes. We'll see the differential in that race and then see who advances or who moves on into that loser's bracket. But getting back to the draw, each person's name is written on a piece of paper and folded up, and then those names placed into a hat, and those names drawn out of the hat, and that determined who they would face in the opening heat. And then, of course, they did have to place a couple of buys in there to be able to allow for the odd number of racers, and that was predetermined. There's going to be a buy here, and our first racer that we pull out is going in this slot, then this slot, and so it is all really kind of what you might say, by chance as to who the competition is as they go down on this first heat. After that, then the heats are laid out from that point, and you will see who will be advancing in the winner's bracket and then moving over into that loser's bracket. They are loading the cars right now for our next race. We've been told that early on especially that there'll be a little bit of time needed as everybody kind of gets into a rhythm of how this is going to work here today. And it looks like our next racers are on the way down right now. Nice crowd on hand for this one, and that crowd will be growing as the day goes along. Hoping the mic is picking it up, and you start to hear the tires. So in car 263, we have a racer that came in first in that one. We have a 64 here on our side. The 64 I have as Braylon Huffman. And racing a Haley Pleasance, who was listed as a 39, but the car has a 263 on it. So we believe that was Huffman and Pleasance, who just came down out of the Super Stock division. The differential just being announced. But you could see that it was Pleasance in the far lane over from us who crossed that finish line first. I do like that view, by the way, where you can see him go by.
It is the far lane from us. It's the first two winners. So you were talking earlier how that's usually the quick lane, and so far it's proven that way.
And from our angle, I tell you, did you catch it all where you can see the cars drifting one way or the other just a little bit? And that's that idea that these racers are making every effort to keep these vehicles as absolutely straight as possible, to come down that hill in that straight line. What's the quickest distance between 2 points?
A straight line.
There it is, and that's the key in this racing.
Next.
Phase of the second heat of Superstock.
I believe I got a Liam Hoop as the next race, which means it should be, that's number 405, should be against number 33 coming down right now. That's Chance Kearns, and they're on their way now.
Yeah, here they come. Again, it looks like that far lane seems to have a little bit of an early advantage. Ellen Hoop in the 405 over in that far lane, reaching the finish line a little ahead of his opponent, Chance Kearns, and I think Kearns went all the way into the hay bale.
He did. That's why the hay bales are there. He knocked one completely over. The brake was down. I know that was what some of the folks down at the end were saying. Hey, you got to put the brake down, and it was down. You could see it in the bottom of the car. So, not sure if it wasn't down far enough, but he pretty much hit those hay bales going full speed.
And he is okay. He is out of the car, and they are loading that vehicle up, and they will head back up to the top of the hill for when the next opportunity comes, and they will switch places and then make their way down the hill in the opposite lanes. Again, I hope that you can get a sense as you're watching through TV10 and our WRNR TV on YouTube, the quickness that they have, the speed that they are picking up coming down the hill. And that's pretty impressive because, again, these are not very heavy cars that are coming down the hill, and it's simply gravity that is bringing them down. And, Matt, we're looking at two lanes.
Car 22, Bailey Olak.
And 74 is Jackson Hill. That is the next race against number 22, Vayli Olak. And they're on their way now, it looks like.
Yeah, getting a pretty good pace moving now and staying in the super stock division here.
It is fun seeing them hit that hill because it's a slow roll, and then all of a sudden you almost start to hear them get louder, hear them get faster before you see them get faster. Really close. Yeah, I was going to say, that's a photo finish, folks.
Absolutely. That was Olak in this near lane and Hill over on the far side. And that was a photo finish. So that's clearly the closest that we have seen a race so far. It has been typically the far lane from us that seems to have had just a little bit more of an advantage, so to speak, or at least the cars have come down the hill slightly faster on that side.
And Jackson Hill, 0.01 seconds getting the win.
That's how
so
tight
that is
it is.
Close as you can get.
Which will make their second heat all that much more interesting because, again, it will be that smallest differential. Great job by our starters at the top. They are getting them loaded and heading down the hill pretty quickly.
Now racing
We should add.
Car 167, Austin Kern. Racing in lane 2 is car 3.14, Xavier Smith.
So Austin Kearns in the 167 car racing the the pie car, 3.14 with Xavier Smith. And they are on their way down now. And again, looks like the far lane, Matt.
There you go. That is Xavier Smith in the pie car. That's
The true pie car. Well, it is the true pie car.
Yeah.
3.14. It's got the pie symbol on the outside. So I'm guessing Mr. Smith is probably a good kid to have in the math class.
I wonder if that helps in figuring things out for a race like this.
Got to figure out aerodynamics, right?
There it is. Weight differentials in the vehicle and all of those things.
7 seconds.
Matt, for these winners, when they get a chance to get to the All-America Soapbox Derby race out in Akron, Ohio, if you ever look it up online, and I encourage you to do it just to see some of the pictures and the information. I mean, it is a major, major week-long event with not only racers coming from across the U.S., but around the world. There are racers from all over, and the really cool part about it is they have a 3-lane course, so you're racing 3 at a time.
The next race is going to be 213 Jaden Shade against 95 Nicholas Masters. Again, still in that super stock division, and they're on their way now.
Here's that point you talked about where they really begin to pick up that speed.
And you hear those wheels. And again, it looks like it's going to be the outside lane.
And again, you are correct. Nick Masters in that outside lane, crossing that finish line first. And we talked about it earlier, the start of these races and how everything...
Car 95, Nicholas Masters in lane 2 by 0.216 seconds.
0.216 seconds. So we were talking about the mechanism that starts them at the same time. So nobody's getting an advantage at the top. And here at the bottom, it is, I believe, some sort of laser/digital finish line apparatus that is helping to make sure of all of those times. From our vantage point, you can see the small boxes that are putting that signal across so that, you know, that it is being digitally done. It's not someone with a stopwatch and you're questioning, well, did you start your stopwatch at this time or that time? It is digitally done and very precise as they get down to the bottom of the hill. And you've got to have that precision when you think of, you know, those splits of seconds.
We have Cohen Huffman, car 17 in lane 1, car 100, Caden Hager.
So this will be, going back to the Masters, this will be the second race between car 17, Cohen Huffman, and car 100, Caden Hager. So this will send one into the winner's bracket, then one into the loser's bracket on the other side. So you get to pencil in if you're following along at home for the first time today.
Can I use pen?
Yeah, sure. It is fun, too, seeing all the sponsors on the side of these cars. It's almost like you're calling a NASCAR race.
Yes. I wonder if we'd get that same reaction if we had a chance to interview, you know. I'd like to thank
so-and-so for sponsoring the car. Ran real well today.
Yeah. Yeah, the Bucky's LTD car.
Little Dale Earnhardt's up there.
Now, this is a key race. They switch lanes now. And this differential will be the one that will tell us which one will advance in the winner's bracket and which one will move over into the elimination bracket. Still getting those cars loaded, it looks like, at the top of the hill. You see the cones down the middle of the roadway on the double yellow lines that are there for regular traffic, and then the cones on each side that help to give a visual so that the racers will know what their lanes are as they make their way down, and then hay bales on each side up against the curb, spaced out in different spacing, but there for protection should a car end up veering one way or the other. Hopefully, as one comes down in this near lane, it veers the opposite direction, or our own John Alderton and the TV10 camera. They're pretty close going by you, John, I believe. Here come our two racers right now.
Picking up speed, and right now looks pretty neck and neck.
It does.
Maybe even going to the inside lane for the first time today. And it does look like it's going to be Cohen in the Mountaineer 17 car. And he did take the first race as well, so it looks like he will move on.
See if we can pick up the official announcement. They're comparing the two differentials as we speak.
Winner of that race was car 17, Cohen Huffman, in lane 1 by 0.090 seconds.
So the differential there announced for Huffman with the win in that one. And awaiting an announcement for the advancement. Meanwhile, I believe we'll go back to the super stock, although we may stay in the Masters right now. This may be Kayla Overcash and Ava Hill, who should be getting set at the starting line. They're using walkie-talkies from the top to the bottom of the hill to be able to communicate which racers are getting set up in the, I guess you'd say, starting blocks. While we have racing going on here.
Overall winner of that round was, or of that race is Cohen Huffman, car 17.
So Huffman does advance, and he will get Delaney Cedars in the 222 car. Cedars drew the first round bye.
And that is going to move Cademan Hager over into the losers bracket. And waiting to see what our next race will be.
Now racing car 39, Haley Pleasance in
It'll
lane
be
1.
the 39 car of Haley Pleasance against the number 64 car of Braylon Huffman back in the super stock division. And they are on their way now.
So happy.
Good job. Good job, buddy.
So there you go, pretty close race. So that is the Huffman vehicle just directly in front of us with the sponsor,
Murphy's Convenience Store.
there you go, out of Hedgesville. And then Haley Pleasance in the other vehicle that is already being lifted and taken away. I
The
noticed.
most colorful vehicle we've seen yet.
Did you notice? I believe Braylon Huffman pulled that brake just a little before getting to that finish line.
He stopped awful quick.
It's a real challenge, I'm imagining, for these racers with that view as it is, and knowing there's kind of that short finish here at the end of, kind of timing when you're across that finish line and then hitting that brake.
Car 64, Braylon Huffman by 0.098 seconds. Overall winners, Haley Pleasance.
So there you hear the announcement in the background that it is Haley Pleasance who will advance in the winner's bracket.
And that's fun in it because Huffman won that race, yet it's Pleasance moving on. So it's the first time we've seen the true differential come into work.
Yes. So trying to keep an eye.
Racing car 74, Jackson Hill in lane 1. Car 22, Bailey Olak in lane 2.
So again, the second race for car 74, Jackson Hill, and car 22, Bailey Olak.
And here they come. You can see the cars drift just a little bit in their lane. And that far lane, it really seems like they hug that outside edge as they come down the hill. There was Olak in the Allstate car on the outside, crossing the finish line first. In the Remax Real Estate Larry DeMarco car on the inside, Jackson Hill. So now let's wait and see what the differential is.
It was a close one.
The winner of that phase was Jackson Hill in lane 1 by 0.046 seconds. Jackson Hill will advance in that heat.
So there you hear Jackson Hill advancing on as Olak will move over into the other brackets. And now Hill will await the winner coming up between Chance Kearns and Liam
Now
Hoop.
racing in lane 1, car 405, Liam Hoop. Lane 2, car 33, Chance Kearns, now racing the second phase of their heat.
This is a different order than what we saw earlier, so you wonder if one of the vehicles may have had a little bit of an issue that they were working on and had Olak and Hill go ahead and go, and now we're back to Kearns and Hoop. Looks pretty close as they are about halfway and now a little over halfway down the course. Still that outside lane with the advantage. Chance Kearns crossing the finish line first in this particular phase.
In the 33 City National Bank car.
The S&G Lawn Services car that Liam Hoop is racing in.
Winner of that phase was car 33, Chance Kearns. Winner overall of that heat was Liam Hoop.
So there's that differential again, as Hoop does not win this particular phase, but had the better differential in winning the first phase. So Hoop moves on as Kearns moves over in this double elimination bracket.
And we now have the first Super Stock division set up for the next round on the winner's side of the bracket. It'll be Liam Hoop taking on Jackson Hill.
Well, we actually have two because remember...
That's right, Balin Rodriguez in the 999 car drew that first round by. So
Yeah.
the top left of the quadrant on the winner's bracket now complete.
The quadrant. The terminology there. Thank you very much. Water being sent our direction. We're learning as we go. The question asked if we know what's going on here, and to a degree, yes. I tell you, they make it easy to follow, though.
Yeah.
You know, they really do, as we're down here near that finish line and can hear the announcements being made, and with the brackets in front of us, you know, it is pretty easy to follow what is going on. Matt, we've mentioned some of those sponsors on the cars. title sponsor, Bucky's LTD Autobody, and a finish line sponsor is Virginia Riggers. Plenty of other sponsors we'll be introducing you to throughout the course of this telecast here today.
First race of the two cars getting ready to come down Queen Street. It'll be car 58, Toby Warfield, and car 305, Benjamin Chrisman.
So now we've worked to the bottom quadrant. Thank you for giving me that word I can use. Benjamin Chrisman in that outside lane, crossing first
in the B&S Hauling.
Winner of that phase is car 305, Benjamin Chrisman, by 0.399 seconds.
So a pretty close one there as Chrisman comes across first. And I'm assuming, if I'm following the bracket correctly, we may have Hank Plunkert and then Jacoby Kearns having their cars put into the starting blocks right now. This is the super stock, reading on the American, All-American, I should say, Soapbox Derby page.
Car 3.14,
Xavier Smith in the pie car coming back up.
Car 167,
Taking on
Austin Kearns.
167 Austin Kearns. That'll be their second race. So again, one of these going to move on as they are now moving quickly up at the starting gate.
Yep, they are off.
Looks like the car in the near lane here, swerving a little bit coming down.
And it is the pie car on the inside lane, Xavier Smith, who will cross the finish line first. And that should move Smith into the next round.
Yeah, he's won both races.
Yes. So Austin Kearns moving over to the other bracket. What I was saying earlier is according to that All-American Soapbox Derby website, when it gives its descriptions of the various classifications.
3.14, Xavier Smith in lane 1 by 0.484 seconds. Xavier will advance to the next heat.
So super stock,
Racers, please remember
open to those who are 9 to 18 years old. The driver themselves can be up to 6 feet tall and up to 150 pounds. And then the driver and the car combined can weigh no more than a total of 240 pounds. Matt and I were looking at this and understanding why this is an event made for kids, because number one, we've aged out, but number two, we've weighed out.
Yes.
Now racing.
I think both of us weighed out a few years before we were going to age out anyway.
Plunkett in lane 1. Car 426, Jacoby.
Our next race at the bottom of the super stock division is car 831, Hank Plunkert, and car 426, Jacoby Kearns, and they're about halfway down the track now.
They are. And again, it looks like the inside lane right now with the advantage in this race.
All right, this may take the cake for the coolest car we've seen yet. The 831 car belonging to Hank Plunkert and the Freaky Tiki.
Very nice.
That is an awesome paint job on that car.
Very, very nice.
Tint Wizard,
Yep, Tint
also
Wizard.
the sponsor of the 831 car.
Winner of phase 1, car 831, Hank Plunkett by 0.540 seconds.
So Plunkert taking this particular phase, and the two will again go back up to the top of the course and will come back down again in opposite lanes.
While they're setting up the next race, let's go ahead and send it back to the station, take a 30-second commercial break, and we're back with more from the 2021 Soapbox Derby coming up next. Again, a 30-second break.
Conveniently located at 440 Williamsport Pike in Martinsburg, Sunset Car Wash's staff specializes in keeping your car clean. From our famous 3-minute cloth wash to our touchless automatic and 6 self-serve bays, we offer whatever preference you have for your car wash needs. If your vehicle could talk, it would say, "Take me to Sunset Car Wash." That's Sunset Car Wash at 440 Williamsport Pike in Martinsburg. Locally owned and operated.
Again, as the next race underway. I believe that's car 213 and car 95, if I heard correctly.
There you go, car 213, Jaden Shade on the outside lane, or in the outside lane, crossing that finish line first. Nick Masters on the inside lane, and now we await that differential.
Winner of phase 2, car 213, Jaden Shade by 0.260 seconds. Overall winner of the heat, car 213, Jaden Shade.
So there you go, Shade moving on in the winner's bracket, while Nick Masters will move across into the other bracket, and Masters will race against Kearns coming up in that elimination bracket. So continuing on in the super stock, I would imagine we would see Warfield and Chrisman coming down, as we have almost closed out the first phase, if you will, of the super stock. Masters, we have moved on into the next round as well, and then the stock division, the division we have yet to see come down the hill.
Did not get a number, but they're racing coming down the hill now. Didn't get the preview. We'll let you know as they cross the finish line who this race was.
Very close race, 62 and 188. I am having to check my brackets.
I don't see a 62 and a 188 on mine.
I do not either. 60.
Which may be why there wasn't the announcement made.
Was car 62, Caden Blair, by 0.306 seconds.
Caden Blair, so that was our first stock race. We had a Caden Blair in 44 and Corey Edwards in a 188, and so different numbers on the cars. So we've had our first stock race. Other sponsors for this great event, the Norwalk Antique Car Club, along with Sheets and the Berkeley County Youth Fair Association.
Our next race is going to be car 187, Kenzie Edwards, and car 117, Brantley Smith. This is in the stock division. So kind of bouncing back and forth now between super stock and stock. And they're on their way towards us.
Boy, both holding a very steady line.
A little wobble at the end.
Yep.
On this near side.
And that was Kenzie Edwards in the near lane who came across first.
Yeah.
This one's not too bad. Go ahead and pick up.
Winner of that phase was car 187, Tracy Edwards, by 0.303 seconds.
Some hard-working people down here today, Matt.
Absolutely. They are going to have their workout by the end of this 8-hour day, picking those vehicles up or cars up and carrying them off.
So we just had Mr. Brandon Smith go down the hill. He is a 5th grader at Mill Creek Intermediate. This is his first year racing, and he is racing in the stock class. His favorite thing about racing is going really fast. When he grows up, he would like to become a marine paramedic. The person he looks up to most is his dad. A fun fact about him is he has a garden pulling tractor. When he's not racing, he likes to play baseball.
So there you go, our first bio that we have had on a racer. Some good information there on Brantley Smith.
Quickly into the next race.
Yes.
And we'll give you the numbers as they cross the finish line.
That was Toby Warfield and Benjamin Chrisman, so we were back into the super stock, and that should be, I believe, their second run through.
Yeah, Chrisman took the first race and waiting to see the differential.
Yeah, because Toby Warfield in the outside lane crossed that finish line first in this phase. So they are checking that differential.
Winner of phase 2 is car number 58, Toby Warfield, by 0.298 seconds. Overall winner of the heat is Benjamin Chrisman in car 305.
So Chrisman holds on by mere milliseconds.
Next up, we have Mr. Xavier Smith. He is a 5th grader at Vogel School.
So now Warfield is set up in the elimination brackets against Huffman.
His favorite thing about racing is it's fun.
And that's
When
Braylon
he
Huffman.
wants to be a scientist. The person he looks up to most is Neil deGrasse Tyson. A fun fact is that he likes to snowboard, and when he's not racing, he likes to code. We also have Miss Kayla Overcash. She's in 12th grade and attends Hedgesville High School. She's been racing for 5 years, and this year she is in the master's class. Her favorite thing about racing is having fun with all the racers, making friends, the community coming together. When she grows up, she would like to be a special education teacher for elementary age school children. The person she looks up to most is her mom. And a fun fact about her, she can drive a 5-speed manual. When she's not racing, she likes to play volleyball and all kinds of crafts, and spending time with her boyfriend, Sam. We have Mr. Chance Kearns. He's in 7th grade, and he attends Harper's Ferry Middle School. He's been racing for 4 years. His favorite thing about racing is going down the hill. The person he looks up to most is his older sister. A fun fact is that he plays baseball, and when he's not racing, he likes to ride bikes.
A lot of ball players, Matt.
Yes.
I think that's 2 out of the first 3 bios. It's been what they're doing when they're not racing is on a ball field somewhere.
Now racing in the super stock division in lane 1, Balin Rodriguez.
You're going to see Balin Rodriguez for the first time today as we're now going to have our first race of the second round of the winner's bracket.
Again, it looks like that outside lane with a little bit of an advantage in the early going. Tightening up down the stretch.
Winner of that phase was car 39, Haley Pleasance, by 0.196 seconds.
So that would be Pleasance in the 39 car, winning that particular phase. We have a backup of cars, it looks like. About 4 that are waiting to be taken up.
Back up on aisle 6.
26, Jacoby Kearns. Lane 2, car 831, Hank Plunkett.
So this becomes the second phase for Plunkett and Kearns, who are now out of the starting blocks, and here they come. It was Plunkett who took the first phase. Very close as they near the finish line.
Longer than the Freaky Tiki car. I think that one has taken the cake so far.
Was Jacoby Kearns by 0.082 seconds. Winner overall of that heat was car 831, Hank Plunkett.
So Hank Plunkett moves on in the winner's bracket. Jacoby Kearns heading into the elimination bracket.
Now racing in the stock division, phase 1. In lane 1, car 102, Crew Runkles. Lane 2, car 119, Kylie Booth.
Moving back into the stock division. Our racers, their cars in the blocks, just about ready to take off. And here they come. Kylie Hoop in that outside lane in the S&G Lawn Services car, crossing the finish line ahead of Crew Runkles in that near lane in the BB&T car. When you look at the stock division, there are 4 racers who have received buys into that second round.
Kylie Hoop by 0.372 seconds.
So Hoop taking that opening phase. We'll see what happens next time they come down. Now we've seen some races in all 3 of the classifications. And a winner from each of these 3 groups will go on to the All-American race.
Car 117, Brantley Smith.
That will be in Akron, Ohio.
Car 187, Kenzie Edwards.
The second race coming up for car 187, Kenzie Edwards, taking on car 117, Brantley Smith. It was Edwards who got the win in the first race.
That event out in Ohio will be coming up in July. The racers coming down the hill, and again that outside lane seems to be the faster lane here today.
It proves so here. That may be the widest margin that we've seen yet.
Yes. And the 187, that was Kenzie Edwards crossing first.
Winner of that phase was car 187, Kenzie Edwards, by 0.953 seconds. Overall heat winner, Kenzie Edwards.
So Edwards taking both heats and advancing. That is the first advance in the stock division. So 117, Brantley Smith, moving over into that elimination bracket.
Kenzie Edwards will now move on to face car 122, Bentley Brown. And the man of the hour is here. Mike Hornby, the food and drink man.
So I believe we have Blair and Corey Edwards again. Thank you, Mr. Hornby. And it was Blair who took the first phase. And in lane one, our racer moving back and forth just a little bit. But I tell you what, looks like our lane one racer is going to cross that finish line first. Yes. Corey Edwards taking that phase.
Winner of phase 2 is car number 188, Corey Edwards, by 0.292 seconds. Overall heat winner is car 62, Caden Blair.
So Caden Blair moves on to face Erilyn Pritz in the next round. And in the 188, Corey Edwards moves over into the elimination round. Pardon the chewing on the air, right?
Now racing phase 2 in lane 1, Haley Pleasance, car 39, and in lane 2, car 999.
Second race in the super stock division, the second round will be race 2 between Balin Rodriguez and Haley Pleasance. Pleasance took the first race against Rodriguez.
So this could be our first advancement into what you would call the semifinal round.
Moving right along this morning.
Drivers have done very well. Close race as they near the finish line. I believe that may have been Rodriguez in the outside lane that came across just ahead of Pleasance that go around.
Certainly looked like it. It's going to have to be a differential.
Mm-hmm.
Winner of phase 2, car 999, Balin Rodriguez, by 0.043 seconds.
Wow.
Winner of the heat and advancing, car 39, Haley Pleasance.
So there it is. Pleasance advances despite dropping that particular phase. That's because the differential was broader in the win against Rodriguez in that first phase. So that is going to move Rodriguez over.
Now racing phase 1
And he'll get the winner in the loser side of the bracket of Kearns and Olak.
In lane 2, car 103, Kayla Martin.
Our next racers already making their way down the hill.
See you. Thanks, Mike.
Slight edge on this inside lane, it looks like. Another close finish. And again in the 105 car. On the inside lane, we have a winner. That's Colt Runkles and Kayla Martin. Martin hitting the brake, but didn't slow her down enough as she hit one of the hay bales.
By 0.202 seconds.
Colt Runkles winning that phase. I'm imagining there's a relation between Colt and Crew Runkles.
Not the most common last name, so I guess so. About an hour gone in today's racing action. Opening ceremonies got started right around 7:15. All the instruction to the racers today, and then National Anthem, Pledge of Allegiance. We got underway racing about 55 minutes ago.
So far, running very smoothly. You wonder at times, occasionally you'll get an issue with a car, and they may need to do some maintenance in the pit area at the top of the hill where the starting line is. And we'll have a little more time for some breaks as the day goes along. Talking with Trey Nepper, he said clearly in the early going, because you have so many racers. I was trying to count it up earlier. There's 12 in the stock. There's the 5 in the super stock. And then, what is it?
Phase 2, in lane 1, car 119.
15 racers
Kylie Hoop.
in the super stock division. So with that many racers and going down on each side, so there's 2 phases, you know, the early part of the day there'll be a lot of racing going on, but he said obviously as the field gets smaller, you have to wait for the cars to get back up to the starting gate and then load them back up again. So there'll be a little more time between races the later that we get into the day.
Next race is going to be car 119, Kylie Hoop, against 102, Crew Runkles in the stock division.
And this will be a deciding race here, as I believe it was Hoop that took the first phase.
And they're off.
Here they come.
We need the track of Darrell Waltrip doing the boogity boogity boogie let's go racing every time they leave the starting gate. Check the outside lane, but it's going to be a close one.
It is. So it does appear that Crew Runkles in the outside lane, taking that one in the BB&T car.
So again, this one's going to come down to time differential.
Yep.
Winner of phase 2, in lane 2, car 102, Crew Runkles, by 0.224 seconds. Overall winner of the heat is car 119, Kylie Hoop.
So there you go, Kylie Hoop getting the win in this particular heat. Crew Runkles moving to the other side of the bracket. And again, you see it, you know, one wins one race, one wins the other, and it's that differential that determines who is advancing. So we still have one more between Colt Runkles and Kayla Martin to determine what the next round of the stock division will look like.
Lane 1 for super stock, Austin Kearns. Lane 2, Bailey Olak, and car 22.
Yeah, this is the version.
Please remember to aim for the cones when you're stopping, racers.
You got the message in the background to aim for the cones, and they really have figured out ways to stop these cars. As the first line of defense is the brakes on the cars, then it goes to a cone that's laying on its side to stop them, and if all that fails, they run into some hay.
Well, and in the outside lane, our number 22 in the All-State car coming in first.
Race on the loser side of the bracket.
So that was Olak and Kearns.
Yep. First race we've seen on that side of the bracket
yes. Today. And Olak
Winner of phase 1.
Winning phase 1.
Car 22, Bailey Owak, by 1.014 seconds.
I know you can't hear it through the television, but we are getting the announcement as to what the next setup is.
Turns, car 33. Lane 2, Nicholas Masters, car 95.
So Kearns and Masters.
We're picking it up pretty good. But yeah, thank you.
So again, this is a race in the loser's side of the bracket. First race of 2. Again, no race twice every time they come down the track. And Matt, we have our first cicada of the day.
Where at?
Right in front of you, dude.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Snake it a bitch it.
Yeah, he's on the table. Looked to be Nick Masters on that outside lane, able to cross first.
In the Wild River Racing number 95 car.
Would you like a cicada in your breakfast?
I would not. You just going to let him hang for a little while?
Well, he's not doing a whole lot else.
Not too loud downtown today with the cicadas.
No.
0.058 seconds.
So we have been all over the place so far today. Well, we've had super stock, we've had a little masters, we had a little of the stock. We've gone from the winner's bracket now into our first matchups in the elimination round.
She's in the Masters class. Her favorite thing about racing is having fun and competing against friends. When she grows up, she wants to be an eye doctor. The people she looks up to most are both of her parents.
Now racing in phase 1, car 405, Liam Poop in lane 1, car 74, Jackson Hill in lane 2.
This is a winner's bracket race. And the DeMarco car by a country mile.
That is Jackson Hill crossing first. Phase 1, so those two will still go at it again.
By 1.600 seconds.
And that's a pretty wide margin. When it's a second or more, the 1 point, that tells you that's a pretty good margin and will be a tough one to overcome.
No matter what you're racing, anytime there's a second to differential, that's a lot of time. I mean, you look at watching a NASCAR race on a Sunday afternoon, and you get to a second, it's usually the difference between first and somewhere in the 20s. It's amazing how long or short a second is depending on what you're doing in life.
Even in radio and television.
Yep.
Waiting to see whether we will stay in super stock.
Division phase 1, in lane 1, car number 17, Cohen Huckman. In lane 2, car number 222, Delaney Cedars.
So we're back to the Masters division. And for Delaney Cedars in the 222 car, first time coming down the course today. After having a bye in that opening round. The 222 car of Delaney Cedars crossing first in that outside lane. And again, fun to watch them come down as they are so low in that car. And you barely see the little space where their eyes are, where they can see over top of the car, and then it's the helmet. And that is it.
Yeah, the Masters is fun. Not taking anything away from those in the super stock and stock, but seeing the missile come down in the Masters, because that is what it looks like with the cover over top keeping them in.
And you like Cohen Huffman's car or the Mountaineer car?
Now racing phase 1 in lane 1, car 12, Kayla Overcast. In lane 2, car 121, Ava Hill.
Staying in the Masters division. And the first time down for, it looks like both of these racers as well. As Kayla Overcash and Ava Hill take to the top of the hill for the first time.
He's been racing for 7 years, and this year he was racing in the Masters class. The favorite thing about racing is the competition and having people watch me race. When he grows up, he would like to make a lot of money off of something I enjoy. Me too, Katie, me too. The person he looks up to most is Samir Woods. A fun fact about him is that he plays hockey. When he's not racing, he likes to compete in other things and play games with friends. We had Mr. Jackson Hill. He is in 8th grade and he attends Spring Mills Middle School. He has been racing for 5 years and he is in a super stock car this year. His favorite thing about racing is getting in his car and racing against others. When he grows up, he's not sure what he wants to be yet. The person he looks up to most is his mom. A fun fact about him is that he likes football and camping. When he's not racing, he likes to play on his Xbox. We have Jackson's sister Ava. She is in 10th grade at Spring Mills High School. She has also been racing for 5 years, and she is in the Masters class. Her favorite thing about racing is going down the hill. When she grows up, she wants to be awesome and successful.
It looks like we now have Overcash and Hill reaching the finish line in a wide margin.
In the Ghostbusters car.
Yes. So Ava Hill ends up in the hay bales at the end of the course.
Hey, that's why they're there, right?
That's it.
And I've noticed I wasn't sure whether it was just the car of Cohen Huffman or not, but the tops are taped down on all those cars to make sure they're not flying up and keep everything as aerodynamic as possible.
Please remain behind the ropes to ensure that both you and our drivers stay safe.
So that is Kayla Overcash here on the near side in the 12 car, the star car. The black paint with the white stars, so like a nighttime motif, if you will. It is fun to see all the different paint jobs for these vehicles, and that's part of the fun of the Soapbox Derby race is, the opportunity for these racers and their families to be able to put the cars together and to do the paint and have everything organized and ready to go come race day.
Car 187 against car 122, Bentley Brown and Lane 2.
So we have a winner's bracket matchup now in the stock division, and the first that we'll see Bentley Brown come down the hill after getting a bye in that opener. Kenzie Edwards, the opponent. You noticed on the outside lane how they kind of hug the outside cones before pulling back in just a little bit, crossing that finish line, and what a nice run. So it looked to be Bentley Brown. We have listed as 122, but the car is 356.
Winner of that phase was car 122, Bentley Brown, by 0.915 seconds.
So it is Bentley Brown who takes that one. So I wonder if some of these cars, I'd have to ask. That is one thing I don't think I've asked. I know if you win with a car, that you will not be able to bring that one back. So whoever comes out of here today and goes on to the All-American Soapbox Derby, I believe that car then has to be retired. That car would not come back. But I'm not sure. I believe cars can then be reused. So maybe you're looking at that 365 being a sticker that was put on the last time they raced. Two new racers making their way down the course right now.
I believe this is Colt Runkles and Caleb Martin.
Means one of these two would advance. Close finish. Very close finish.
Neither one wanted to throw the brakes down and give any advantage.
Runkles took that first heat.
Was car 103, Caleb Martin, at 0.088.
Wow.
Overall winner of the heat is car 105, Colt Runkles.
So Colt Runkles advancing in the winner's bracket. That was a very, very tight race there. So Caleb Martin crossing that finish line first, but in this situation, will move over into the elimination bracket.
He's been racing for 3 years, and he was in a stock car. His favorite thing about racing is driving the car. When he grows up, he would like to be a gamer. The person he looks up to most is his pappy. A fun fact about him is he enjoys helping people. And when he's not racing, he likes to shoot basketball, play soccer, ride rangers, swim, and play video games.
Our next two racers are on the way. A little bio there in between. Learning more about some of these racers.
All right, so we have Bentley Brown.
Inside lane, running well in this one. There's our pie car. That was Xavier Smith against Jaden Shade. Right now, I like what I'm seeing from Xavier Smith. That pie car is a good one, and he drives it well.
Just figuring out the aerodynamics.
You had it right. Perhaps the mathematics helping out. So that's the first phase for those two.
You can probably look at it, yeah, as long as someone gets your car, or tell them that you're going to walk.
So that was back in the super stock division. Other sponsors for today's race include B&S Hauling, Buzz Poland and the Union Sales Company, and First Energy Corporation.
Wouldn't be an event in Martinsburg if you didn't mention Buzz Poland about something.
Austin Kearns, car 167.
Now you love those guys in the community, and we have a ton of them in this community.
Looks like this is the Kearns Olac race.
She's a 4th grade student at Potomac Intermediate.
It's on the loser side of the bracket, and Olac getting the win in the first race.
This looks like it'll be a very close finish. Then Kearns took that particular phase in that outside lane, but was it enough?
Winner of that phase in car 167 is Austin Kearns by 0.036 seconds. Advancing in that heat will be car 22, Bailey Olac.
So it is Bailey Olac who will advance, despite Kearns winning that particular phase. The heat, if you will, goes to Olac because of, again, the time differential. Still seem to be seeing more winners in that outside lane, but as we've gone on, the inside lane, not really catching up, but we are seeing a few more folks cross the finish line first in that inside lane. So we have our first advancement now in the elimination bracket for Super Stock.
Also, unfortunately, means our first elimination on that side of the bracket.
In lane 1, car 74, Jackson Hill. And in lane 2, car 405, Liam Hoop.
Back to a winner's bracket matchup here in Super Stock.
Sir, I need you behind the hay bales, please.
On their way down and nearing the finish line. A big margin of victory, it looks like, there in the 405 for Liam Hoop. So Hoop able to take this particular phase after Hill had taken the first phase. Now it comes down to that differential. And I think that's going to be Liam Hoop.
By 1.061
Yes.
seconds. Advancing in that heat, car 74, Jackson Hill.
So advancing in the heat itself is Hill. So despite that wide margin, not wide enough as Hill moves on.
It's a wide margin the other way the first race.
Yes. So as I look across my sheet, we move Liam Hoop over into the elimination bracket, awaiting the Warfield and Huffman winner.
He's paying attention.
So we now have our first semifinal matchup, as we'll have Jackson Hill, who will go up against Haley Pleasance.
Now racing in lane 1, Nicholas Masters, car 95. In lane 2, Chance Kearns, car 33.
So this is an elimination matchup and would be the first time, I believe, that these two have come down in this particular round. So phase 1, as they call it here. There's phase 1 and then there's phase 2. Phase 2, that second meeting, and that's kind of the determining one, if you will. Tight race. Very close at the finish. I believe it's our inside lane. Yeah, the inside lane, and that would be Masters.
In the Wild River Racing car.
Nelson's Supply Company on the back of that one as well. So there's the multiple sponsor. I'd like to thank Wild River Racing and Nelson Supply Company, my pit crew, for a great job today. That would be the thing that would be nice to see if we were at the top of the hill, to be able to see what's going on in the pit area. So waiting on an official announcement.
Winner of that phase, car 95, Nicholas Masters, by 0.102. Advancing in that heat, car 95, Nicholas Masters.
So there you go. That was the second phase. I had not marked the first go-around, and so Masters advancing in this particular heat. So Nick Masters moving on. Matt Miller, Matt Crawford with you. John Alderton on our TV10 camera. Colin McLaughlin, our engineer, back at the studio. It is the Bucky's LTD Autobody Norwalk Soapbox Derby. Looking at right around 32 or so racers participating today. And again, I figure that some of the COVID-19 pandemic and the issues of the last now year plus maybe keeping numbers down just a bit. I know in years past they've had those numbers up in the 40s, I believe, even at times in the 50 racers in the 3 different categories.
Just a different year for everything.
But starting to get back to some normalcy, which is nice. Yes. So waiting as they are loading the next cars. Pretty nice turnout. Folks up and down the street here on Queen Street taking in the activities. We will continue throughout the afternoon. I'm not sure if they pause for a lunch break or if they roll right through, as this event, can go as late as 3 in the afternoon, although it's hard to think that the way we're moving along right now, which is kind of why I wonder if they may take a break at some point as we continue on. Narrowing the field down to the champions in each division who will advance to the All-American Soapbox Derby race. Again, that's in July and out in Akron, Ohio, and that's a full week. Understand from those who have gone and the times that we've had a chance to interview them just how much fun that week is, meeting so many folks from all across the country and even around the world, and getting the chances to work on their vehicles, to take some practice runs and then be prepared, because the main event itself is a Saturday at the end of the week, but there is so much that is going on throughout the course of the week leading up to the main event, where they get the chance to go down 3 at a time. And I've heard that it can be a little intimidating being in that middle lane. You're used to being out here where you've got a car to one side or the other, but not where you've got a car on either side. John Alderton says it's like the interstate.
On that 81.
Yes. But in that case, most people seem to like that middle lane, no matter whether they're going fast or slow. So looks like our next racers are
Masters division
on their way.
I believe this is race 2 of the Cedars-Huffman race. And it was Delaney Cedars getting the win in the first race.
Pretty tight as they're halfway down, but still looks like that outside lane with the slight edge.
That's the Mountaineer car. Huffman is going to get the win.
Yes. So it will again come down to that differential, as Huffman wins this phase after Cedars took the first.
Winner of phase 2 in car 17, Cohen Huffman, by 0.785 seconds. Winner of the heat overall, Cohen Huffman.
So there you go. Cohen Huffman moving on. Good effort there from Delaney Cedars.
And Huffman now in the semis.
Yes. And has 2 race victories over Cademan Hager to open, and now this one against Cedars.
In lane 1, car 121, Ava Hill.
We'll stick with the Masters division. It'll be the first time we've seen either one of the racers about to come down the track. Car number 12, Kayla Overcash, and car 121, Ava Hill.
Actually, this will be the second.
Is it? Have we seen there?
Yeah,
one race already?
I have a mark beside of Ava Hill, having taken that first phase.
All right, I'll take your word on it then.
Well, see, I had missed one in that elimination.
And I had
bracket
that
earlier.
one marked in.
Right, so that's why we're working together.
Give and take.
Between the two of us, hopefully, we're on top of it.
And then there's John.
Now the racers are off.
A fun fact about him is he was born on Star Wars Day. May the 4th be with you.
Inside lane with the advantage right now.
When he's not racing, he likes to kayak or anything that involves water.
Ghostbusters car
It is. Very good run by Ava Hill, who will advance with the win in both of the phases. So that will send Kayla Overcash into the elimination bracket against Cademan Hager. Cedars moves over into that elimination bracket.
Phase 2 in the stock division in lane 1, car 122, Bentley Brown. Racing in lane 2 is car 187, Kenzie Edwards.
So Edwards and Brown back in the stock division. Second time for them. You have that one marked, Matt?
Yes, it was Brown that got the win in the first race.
There you go. We're on the same page. We're back together again. This could be our first advancement into what would be the semifinals in the stock division. The racers are off at the top of the hill. Right now looks like that outside lane with the slight edge. Picking up that edge coming down the steepest part of the course. Very good run there for Edwards. So Kenzie Edwards, pardon me, taking that particular phase. Was it enough to give her the differential advantage after Brown took the first one?
Winner of phase 2 in car 187, Kenzie Edwards by 1.036 seconds. Advancing from that heat, Kenzie Edwards.
So there you go, Kenzie Edwards advancing. So she has now won 2 different heats, if you will, against Brantley Smith and now Bentley Brown. Now the fun, keeping track on the other side. Setting up the matchups in the elimination bracket. Racing off to a good start in this one. We've seen a couple of racers end up in the hay bales at the end.
That's why they're there.
Pretty good control over the cars. We have watched a little bit of swaying back and forth. And again on that outside lane, not sure if it's just the way that the road kind of lays, but it seems like they hug the cones to their right or the outside of the lane as they're coming down the hill and then kind of work their way back more towards the middle.
Lane 1, car 305, Benjamin Chrisman. And in lane 2, car 831, Hank Plunkett.
So we have Plunkett and Chrisman. I would have this as the first time they have come down here in what would be, I guess, your quarterfinal round. Very close race as they near the finish line. But it will be the freaky tiki on the outside that will cross first. So that is Hank Plunkett getting the advantage here in phase 1.
In lane 2, Hank Plunkett by 0.331 seconds.
Yeah, I think we've seen everybody race at least once, and I think the car of the day has got to be the freaky tiki of Hank Plunkett.
It is a good one.
It is a good one.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The Tint Wizard sponsored car.
Now racing phase 1 in super stock, car number 58, Toby Warfield in lane 1, and in lane 2, Braylon Huffman, car 64.
So this is an elimination matchup. Warfield and Huffman. And this will be the first phase here in this particular heat. Pretty even as they make their way down the hill, but now the inside lane taking the upper hand. And it will be the inside lane and Warfield who will cross first. So Toby Warfield taking this particular heat.
Warfield and what is that, the Marvel car? Or just a super? I'm trying to see all the different superheroes on it. And I see Captain America, which made me think Marvel from the get-go. But not sure if
That's not the full Avengers, right?
I didn't think so.
He's one of the Avengers, but maybe just the superhero car. Is that the way to say it?
Now racing in the stock division, phase 1, car 119, Kylie Hoop in lane 1. In lane 2, car 48, Cedric Walker.
So what we would have is the first phase between these two in what you would call, I guess, quarterfinal round showdown. Hoop and Walker.
He is 9 years old. He has 2 brothers and a sister. And he is an Eagle School Intermediate. He just finished the 3rd grade with straight A's. He plays basketball. His favorite food is sushi, shrimp, and rice. Cedric watched his brother zip up slowly from
That was Cedric Walker in that outside lane, crossing ahead of Kylie Hoop on this inside lane. Let's see Explorer on the car of Cedric Walker. Try to pay a little closer attention next time he comes down. But he had a very good run right there.
Cedric Walker by 0.147 seconds.
So 0.147 seconds. We still need to see Colt Runkles and Caleb Height run their first heat. And Caden Blair and Erilyn Pritz still need to run their first phase in a quarterfinal round in the stock division. In super stock.
Now racing phase 2, lane 1, car 213, Jaden Shady. In lane 2, car 3.14, Xavier Smith.
So there you go, Shaden Smith in the super stock, and this one will decide who goes on to the semifinals.
In fact, we've seen Xavier Smith race today just about as much as anybody.
He has definitely stood out in that outside lane. He may take this one as well, and he does. Good run down by Smith. And it looks like the 3.14 or the Pi car will be advancing as Smith able to take both of those phases.
Xavier Smith by 0.285 seconds. Overall to advance in the heat, Xavier Smith.
So that will move Jaden Shade over into the elimination bracket. She will await either Rodriguez or Kearns. That's Balin Rodriguez or Jacoby Kearns, who are still yet to face off. I don't have them having run their first phase yet. We already have a handful that have advanced on in that elimination bracket in super stock.
Racing in the stock division in lane 1, car 62, Caden Blair. And in lane 2, car 114, Erilyn Pritz.
So our first run for Blair and Pritz, first run of the day for Erilyn Pritz, who did not race in that opening round.
She is in 4th grade and she attends Rosemont Elementary. This is her first year racing and she is in a stock car. Her favorite thing about racing is she's excited about it being
pretty tight race, about halfway down.
When she grows up, she would like to be a vet. The person she looks up to most is her mom. A fun fact is that she has cat eyes.
Good run on the inside lane for Caden Blair. So Blair taking that particular phase in the SML Trucking Incorporated car is Erilyn Pritz. A pretty in pink, you might say.
Caden Blair by 0.578 seconds.
See if we stay in the stock division or move to one of the other divisions. Kind of been moving back and forth as this morning has gone along.
Looks like a car show to our left, waiting for the trailer to come pick those cars up. They're all sitting at an angle like you would for a car show.
Now racing in the super stock division, lane 1, car 22.
And Matt, you got a friend on your back.
In lane 1, I'm sorry, in lane 1, lane 2, car 999.
Cicadas aren't nearly as loud today as I was expecting them to be.
But they are friendly. That's our second visitor.
All right, we have Miss Bailey O'Black. She is in 9th grade. She attends Martinsburg High School. She's been racing for 5 years, and she is in the super stock division.
There we go. That is Olak in the 22.
Grows up, she would like to be an optometrist, which works on your eyes, but not surgery.
And
The person she looks up to most is her mom. She's the best mom she could ever ask for. She supports me in everything I do.
Should be Olak and Rodriguez.
yes, it is.
Would not have them racing yet.
Winner of that phase
No.
in car 999.
And Rodriguez gonna
by 0.15.
get that first win.
So Rodriguez in that outside lane getting the advantage. And I apologize, I had mismarked. I had Rodriguez and Kearns to race, but when you look at your bracket in the L1,
Kearns gets a automatic
Yes.
bye into the second round on the loser side of the bracket.
In lane 1, Hank Plunkett in car 831. In lane
Sorry, you're still slightly a rookie to this.
car 305.
so Plunkett and Chrisman, their second run to determine who will move on to the final semifinal spot in Super Stock.
The final, semifinal.
Final semifinal spot. They are off. Pretty tight run about halfway through. This could be a photo finish. I think the Freaky Tiki taking that one.
Winner of phase 2 in car 831.
Yep.
Hank Plunkett by 0.155 seconds. Overall advancing in that heat, Hank Plunkett.
So Plunkett taking both of those particular phases and taking the heat as Plunkett moves on and will face the pie car of Xavier Smith in the semifinals. That'll be a fun
I
one.
was going to say, if you're looking for your first really good matchup of the day,
I'd
the
say we
pie
got it.
versus the Freaky Tiki.
Second phase in the stock division. In lane 1, we have car 40.
You may have mentioned this earlier. The brakes they use, is that a foot pedal? Or is that a hand grip of some?
I asked earlier, and I believe it actually is a foot pedal, from what I understand, because the fingers are being used, that both hands are occupied on the steering, as it's a set of wires that goes down. So literally you're putting a finger or two into, maybe you call it like a ring that's attached to that wire that enables you to steer that vehicle by pulling just a little bit one way or the other. And so the foot is free then to apply the brake pedal.
When he's not racing, he likes to play with action figures.
I imagine the brake rocks you just a little bit as it bounces off that pavement. Our next race underway. And in the S&G Lawn Services car. Crossing the line first in number 119 is Kylie Hoop. Cedric Walker had taken the first phase, so the differential will be the difference in this one.
Winner of that phase in car 119, Kylie Hoop, by 0.529 seconds. Advancing in that heat, Kylie Hoop.
So Kylie Hoop able to overcome that loss in phase one as Walker took that first phase, but Hoop able to take the second phase and via the differential moves on into the stock semifinals. Are you following along where everyone goes in the loser's bracket?
Trying to. A lot of little brackets all intertwined in here. Isn't quite your normal March Madness bracket.
Each race has a number, and then on the corresponding side you'll have an L1, L8, L2, L7. So whoever drops that particular heat drops over into that other lane, and then following those is fun sometimes. We do have two racers making their way down the hill right now. And it's the outside lane that right now has the advantage, and yes, crossing first, that is the 356 car. You hear everyone yelling break. And we didn't get an announcement as to which class that was in. So let's look back, and that's the 356 of Brentley Brown, and that should be against Crew Runkles, if I am correct. I believe that was the 102 of Runkles.
Should be.
Or was it?
It should be, from what we had.
So we'll await the announcement as to the time differential.
I think they were still waiting on that confirmation, too.
Yes.
Winner of phase one, Finley Brown, by 1.038 seconds in car 122.
That was either a raindrop or a bird. But
I think it's still shaking off the trees.
I was going to say, my apologies, but I'm riding it just in the back of the hand as something wet just came plopping down out of the sky.
Just keeping you alert.
There is a tree that we are somewhat under. We've had the cicadas. I figured you never know when a bird might join that mix. Off to a good start here today. Some pretty good runs that we have seen. We are down to the semifinals in Superstock on the winner's side, on the elimination side. Still some races to be decided. And in the stock division, we have yet to fully fill out what will be the elimination side. Still have Colt Runkles and Caleb Height in a quarterfinal round matchup, if you will, on that stock side. The Masters side, we are down to a championship run between Ava Hill and Cohen Huffman. Again, I tell you, the one that's throwing me off is the loser's bracket in one, because like on the Masters side, you had Kayla Overcash, but she got a bye into that second round, so she automatically advances to 3. So I'm assuming that Delaney Cedars has already moved forward via a bye, if you will, in that loser's bracket.
Just got to pay attention to the numbers, man.
I'm trying.
Numbers don't lie.
His favorite thing about going down the hill, or his favorite thing about
I need some help from Xavier Smith. He's the math guy in the pie car. We need to get him over to help us out as we go. A little bit of a delay here as we await our next two racers.
We have Mr. Prue Ruffles.
In the meantime, a little bios.
This is his first year racing, and he is in a stock car. His favorite thing about racing is going fast down the hill. When he grows up, he would like to be a construction worker. The people who accept him most are his big brother Cole and his dad. A fun fact about him is he was 10 pounds when he was born. Bless you, Amanda.
Now racing in phase 2, Braylon Kaufman in lane 1, car 64, and in lane 2, Toby Warfield in car 58.
So the second go around for Warfield and Huffman, and it was Warfield who took phase 1. So will Warfield take phase 2 and advance, or will it come down to the differential? Let's find out. We have fingers crossed just to our right. Close race as they're nearing that finish line. This will be a tight one. Yes, and in that outside lane, it is Toby Warfield who will take it. So Toby Warfield will advance in the elimination bracket. Nice run.
Winner of that phase was Toby Warfield by 0.129 seconds. Advancing in the heat, Toby Warfield.
He advances to take on Liam Hoop on that right side of the bracket. Survive and advance on that side.
That's it. Right now, that side of the bracket now filled out into the next round. On the Masters side, we're still looking for Cademan Hager and Michaela Overcash on that elimination side to set us into what would be the next round. On that elimination side, Ava Hill and Cohen Huffman will race for the championship. We have the semifinals set up in Super Stock, as that will be Haley Pleasance against Jackson Hill, and then Xavier Smith and Hank Plunkerts in the Freaky Tiki car.
Going back to the Masters division, as it'll be Ava Hill and Cohen Huffman.
So here it is. This is the first phase of what will be our first championship of the day. They are off. It looks like that outside lane with a slight advantage as they are working their way towards the midway point.
Glad your depth perception's better than mine, because I couldn't tell front or back.
Yep, it'll be that outside lane that will cross the finish line first, and that's Ava Hill in the Ghostbusters car.
Who are you going to call?
I'm calling Ghostbusters because she is running well right now, that's for sure.
Winner of phase 1 in lane 2, car 121, Ava Hill by 0.416 of a second.
Cohen did do a very good job painting that car.
Yes. Yep, very shiny on the blue with the, I believe that's the state logo on the front. The Mountaineer and the flying WV on the back.
Now racing phase 2 in the stock.
The Ghostbusters car, all white with the Ghostbusters logo on the side.
In lane 2.
And as Matt already asked, who are you going to call? Ghostbusters, which is where the Miller Time Open comes from.
Got the tools and the talent. We're still trying to figure out what that is, but
that's it. I've asked Rob several times. Race racers in the starting blocks, if you will. And they are off. Someone has a vocal fan base up there at the top of the hill. You can hear them. Our near lane getting a little close to that center cone, and now working back out to see if that cost a little bit. It doesn't seem to be. In fact, our inside lane may very well take it. No! Rushing up quickly on that outside lane is car number 62. I'm looking back through to make sure which sheet.
In lane 2, car 62, Caden Blair, by 0.014 seconds. Advancing in the heat, Caden Blair.
So Caden Blair advancing in the heat. So that was Blair versus Erilyn Pritz in the stock division. So there it is, Caden Blair moving on, and will face Kenzie Edwards in one of the stock semifinals.
In lane 1, car 122, Bentley Brown. In lane 2, car 105, Colt Ranker.
Erilyn Pritz dropping over to face Kayla Martin in the elimination bracket. I believe we're staying in stock.
Yes.
Our next race.
Yep, the losers bracket in stock.
Our two racers coming down the hill, looking almost identical with the helmets and the colors of the cars. And in that outside lane in number 102, that is Crew Runkles, who will come across first ahead of Brentley Brown, and that is going to be a differential that will determine who advances, as Brown took that first phase. Let's see what we have. We await the announcement.
In car 102, Crew Runkles, by 1.268 seconds. Advancing in the heat, Crew Runkles.
So Crew Runkles with the differential, able to advance. Good day today for Brentley Brown, but wraps up in that heat. And Runkles will await the winner between Kayla Martin and Erilyn Pritz.
Now racing in lane 1, car 999.
The attack of the cicadas continues.
In lane 2, car 22, Bailey Olaf, racing phase 2.
Tight race at the finish line here. It was Olak and Rodriguez. Rodriguez had crossed first in that opening phase. So again, Matt, down to that differential.
Car 999, Balin Rodriguez, by 0.095, advancing in the heat, Balin Rodriguez.
There you go. So Rodriguez advances. Awaiting the winner between
Warfield and Hoop, it looks like.
Yes. Yep, Liam Hoop on one side, Toby Warfield on the other. Rodriguez now the first to advance to the next phase in that elimination bracket in the super stock. And a little bit of sun.
Yeah, I was just getting ready to say the sun's trying to make its way out.
Yeah, peering through the cloud cover. We'll have to wait and see what type of impact it has on our racing today.
Not supposed to be an overly warm day, but I'm sure that sun gonna play a little impact.
Car 426, Jacoby Kearns, and in lane 2, Jalen Shade.
Jalen Shade and Kearns going to race for the first time. Looks like they are both on the move, and they are down the track.
He's in 8th grade at Musselman Middle School. He has been racing for 2 years. His favorite thing about racing is being competitive.
Pretty even match coming down the stretch. So it looks like the left lane, the slight advantage. The Green Bay Packer race. Green and yellow coming down the stretch.
Yeah, from Midway Self-Storage. And that is Shade, who will cross the finish line first. So Jaden Shade taking the first phase in that matchup against Jacoby Kearns. Kearns with the yellow or gold car.
213, Jaden Shade by 0.427 seconds.
0.427 we hear as the differential. See if we remain in super stock or whether we move on to stock or masters.
Now racing in phase 1 super stock. In lane 1, Nicholas Masters in car 95. And in lane 2, car 305, Benjamin Chrisman.
So Masters and Chrisman, their first run in this particular heat. Close race. Well, winning this one on that outside lane is going to be Chrisman. So Benjamin Chrisman taking phase 1 in this matchup.
Winner of that phase in lane 2, Benjamin Chrisman by 0.493 seconds.
So 0.493 seconds. Waiting for the next Masters run. Ava Hill took that first phase against Cohen Huffman. The next time those two go down, we should, I believe, be crowning our champion. I'm waiting trying to look at this to see how it all fits.
No, it shouldn't, because you still have to have the.
Because you're coming back out of the elimination bracket.
This is the semifinal in the. This is the winners bracket final, and they will move to the losers bracket final. So this is a semifinal in the Masters.
So there you go.
They come, not the finals yet.
So one more race.
Keep up at home, folks.
One more race, then for whoever wins could mean then or one more heat, because you'll come down twice, once in each lane.
And we attempted to get a bracket on the screen today, but just could not figure out quite how to update them and get everything back to the studio that was needed. So we'll get you a final breakdown visually at the end of our broadcast today, but just could not relay information and get things quite quick enough back to the station today to get all that up in real time.
Here come our next two racers. Looks like the outside lane with that slight advantage as they near that midway point. Pretty tight race heading to the finish line.
This is Huffman and Hill.
And there it is. That is Cohen Huffman, who will take this one in that outside lane. Now we await the differential.
If I remember that first race correctly, it was pretty similar, just the other way.
Cohen Huffman by 0.407 seconds. Advancing in the heat overall, Ava Hill.
So there you go. Ava Hill moves on in the Ghostbusters car. And that will drop Cohen Huffman into the elimination bracket. So Huffman will await
Stock division, first phase.
winner of Cedars and then the winner of Hager and Overcash.
Yeah, still waiting to see those two race yet.
Turn into a beautiful morning as we approach the 10 o'clock hour.
Yes.
2 hours into our event today, and yeah, the sun coming out. Beautiful day in downtown Martinsburg.
We're back into the stock division. We should have Walker and Smith, who are starting down the course right now out of the elimination brackets. Brantley Smith in number 117, and Cedric Walker in car number 48. Tight race about midway down, but again, it's that outside lane that seems to be grabbing the advantage. Good solid run for both. And in the Police Explorer host vehicle, it is Cedric Walker who will take phase one. Let's wait and find out what that differential may be.
Winner of that phase in car 48, Cedric Walker, by 0.579 seconds.
0.579. Brantley Smith in the Eric Gates State Farm Insurance vehicle.
I feel like they should almost have their favorite car brand on the front of it so we could make it a true racing event. In the Eric Gates red Chevrolet car. And if you missed it earlier, one of the cool aspects of this event, it stayed at the exact same location in its entirety. So you go back to the 30s when it started. There was a break, but now into year 21 since coming back, and it has always been at the exact same spot here in downtown Martinsburg.
Yeah, from the 30s into the 50s, and then a 50-year absence before returning 21 years ago, and it has been going strong ever since that return. And again, we don't know exactly where all of the racers are from. We're not given that information, but according to the Facebook page, there are racers not only from Berkeley, Morgan, and Jefferson counties here in the Eastern Panhandle, but there are some racers that will come from Washington County, Maryland, or the Hagerstown area, and racers that will even come from the Winchester area or Frederick County in Virginia. Our next race well underway, and a tight one as they near the finish line. Wow, I think that might have been the SNG lawn services car on the outside. There you go. That is our 405 car.
That's Liam Hoop. That's the first win in this heat over Warfield. So they will race one more time, switching sides.
So Hoop getting the victory in this one. So taking phase one, those cars will go back up to the top of the hill, and then they will go at it again.
Phase one, in lane one, Holt Ruckles in car 105, and in lane two, Caleb Height in car 49.
All right, so our first opportunity to see Caleb Height in the 49 car.
He's been waiting around a while, hasn't he?
He has.
2 hours now to actually race.
Let's hope he's not rusty.
Or at least that his car isn't.
Colt Runkles got the win against Caleb Martin in that opening heat. Now Runkles and Height get ready, and they are off.
When he's not racing, he likes to play sports and video games.
Again, looks like that outside lane with the slight edge as they near the middle of this race. Closing in, though, on the inside lane. We're going to have a very close finish. But again, looks like Caleb Height takes this first heat. And you hear everyone yelling again, break, 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 as the cars make their way towards the hay bales. Everyone A-okay. They just grazed those hay bales.
Yeah, I've only seen one or two hit those at full speed so far.
And everyone was A-okay even in that situation.
Been fine. Height getting the win.
110 seconds.
Wow, 0.11 we heard. So that was a tight finish, meaning the differential in the second phase for those two is going to be what tells the difference, unless it is Height who wins both of the phases. But that's certainly one of the tighter differentials. We've had some really close races so far in this day.
Phase 2 in lane 1 is Jaden Shady in car 213. And in lane 2, we have Jacoby Kearns in car 426.
Those two have already gone down once in an elimination heat, and Shade able to get the advantage. So if Jaden Shade can win this phase, Jaden would move on. Otherwise, it comes down to the differential. Pretty tight, it looks like, Matt.
Took the outside, a bit of an advantage.
Yep, there it is in the Bucky's LTD gold car on the outside lane. It's Jacoby Kearns who takes that one, and now let's see the differential.
Winner of that phase was Jacoby Kearns by 0.479 seconds, and advancing in the heat overall, Jacoby Kearns.
So there it was, the differential, as Jacoby Kearns moves on into the next round.
He will get the winner of the Masters Chrisman race. They have gone once down the track, and it was Chrisman getting the win. So I'd imagine we would see those names again before too long.
I would imagine so as well.
We're filling out some brackets here.
Yeah, we really are.
Yeah, we're moving at a pretty good pace.
Yeah, and give it to the volunteers at the top of the hill.
And John Alderton moving at a pretty good pace right now, too. Our on-site entertainment.
I hear the music in the background. Dun, 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 dun.
And we got some inside scoop that apparently this was a jailbreak situation for John when he was a kid.
At least the area where we are, as he escaped from the St. Joe's school behind us. Next time you see John, just ask him. He'll share that story. We won't share it on the air.
I still have a picture of him inside, probably.
He tried to avoid the whooping and I think got two in exchange, if I'm correct. That's the way it goes sometimes. Look at that. And even as we talk about him, John coming to the rescue as the wind caught a little of your paperwork.
Haven't had to worry about it yet today.
Getting the cars loaded at the top of the hill as we await. We read you again other sponsors: Main Street Martinsburg, Domino's, and B&G Custom. Number of race sponsors helping to make this day possible. And good to see this day back after not being able to have this event a year ago.
All right, we'll do a few more biographies while we're waiting for the top of the hill.
All right, we're waiting for the top of the hill. It's always one of those dangerous moments, Matt. I'm thinking, okay, they're having an issue getting cars loaded. Do we take a quick break?
And you miss the action,
right?
You?
Or do we miss something? Yes. It has certainly been a good start to this day. You couldn't ask for much better weather. It's not super sunny, so you're not, getting beat down by the heat.
I would love some of this during our high school baseball coverage. It has been hot the last couple of weeks in our sectional baseball coverage.
Speaking of baseball coverage, it moves to the AAA Region 2 Finals this week, and we will bring you the action as Jefferson host Martinsburg, and that will be Monday at 6, our pregame at 5:40 from down at Sager Field. Game 2 of the best-of-3 series will be Tuesday at P.O. Faulkner Park here in Martinsburg, not far from where we are. And that is a 7 o'clock first pitch and a 6:40 pregame show. And if necessary, it's back to Sager Field for Wednesday's Game 3, and again, a 6 o'clock start. We should pass along, if you want to attend those games, on the games at Jefferson Monday and if needed Wednesday, you have to go to the website Ticket Spigot. And from that website, you will be able to purchase your tickets. There will be no cash sale tickets at the door. So you're going to have to go to Ticket Spigot and get your ticket in advance. In the in-between game that would be at P.O. Faulkner on Tuesday, there is no pre-registration. Just bring cash and you will get in at the gate. And the ticket price now being set by the WVSSAC, as technically these are state games as regional finals, and the ticket price is $7 to get in.
Still having some issues up at the top of the hill.
Superstock division in lane 1, car 305, Benjamin Chrisman. Lane
So we're into the Superstock again, where Chrisman and Masters will go at it in the second phase of their heat to see who advances to face Jacoby Kearns.
And they're off.
Starting to hear those cicadas a little more.
Yeah, they're awake.
A good tight race. Looks like, again, that outside lane, though, going to cross first. Nick Masters able to take this particular phase after Chrisman took the first, so let's wait and see. What is the differential?
winner of that phase in car 95, Nicholas Masters, 0.469. So overall, to advance in that heat, in car 305, Benjamin Chrisman.
So Benjamin Chrisman gets the win thanks to the differential. The wider margin of victory for him in the first phase. So we're down to the second phase between Toby Warfield and Liam Hoop.
Phase 1, Kayla Martin in car 103, lane 1. And in lane 2, we have Erin Pritz in car 114.
So Martin and Pritz in phase 1 of an elimination matchup now in the stock division. Kind of getting back to the pace that we had earlier. They are in the blocks and getting ready to make their way down. Can only imagine for these kids the adrenaline rush as you're sitting at that slight incline waiting for them to hit the button and let you go. And here they come. Very tight as they're at the quarter point, maybe you would call it. Both cars wobbling back and forth just a little bit, straightening out that path now. Pretty nice run. And again, it's that outside lane. And Erilyn Pritz able to take this particular phase. Terminology phase 1, phase 2 in the race. Phase 1, your first time down. Phase 2, you switch lanes. And at the end of that second phase, if the same racer does not win both, it comes down to the time differential. So in other words, which one ended up with the shorter or wider margin of victory, depending on how you look at it.
Erin Pritz in car 114 by 0.277 seconds.
0.277 seconds. So that's a pretty tight finish there for Erilyn Pritz.
Hit your brakes prior to hitting the cone. The cone is just there to assist
The reminder to
you. Apply your brakes
the
prior
racers
to hitting the cone.
to pull the brakes. Don't just let the cones stop you. What they have are two of the very large orange cones that are laying down on their side so that they kind of slide up underneath of the car. And as the car would get up on those cones, then that cone dragging across the ground under the front edge of the car will help to slow it down along with the brakes.
Now racing in the super stock division.
Some of our racers are thinking, hey,
Cone's just going to stop me. I need to hit
That's
the
it.
brakes.
In car 405.
and we've seen a couple of racers actually pull the brake right before the finish line even. So, costing themselves just that split second as they come across. We have our next two racers on their way down right now.
Super stock division. We'll get car numbers and names as they cross the finish line.
Is this Warfield and Hoop? Let's see. And it was. And it was Warfield, Toby Warfield on that outside lane who crossed first. And again, we come to the differential as Liam Hoop had taken the first phase. There you go, a handshake at the end between the two racers.
Winner of phase 2, Toby Warfield in car 58 by 0.238 seconds, and advancing in the heat, Toby Warfield.
So there you go, Toby Warfield advances. Now I believe we may have to work our way. I guess we don't necessarily have to work our way back, but you would imagine coming up next, Matt, you'll probably get into the semifinal round in that winner's bracket of Super Stock, because at least one of those is going to drop over, well, both of those is going to drop over into the elimination bracket side to help fill that back out again.
Cedric Walker.
We're going to switch over to the stock
In lane 2,
division.
Smith, car 117.
And it should be, I believe, Smith and Walker.
Yep, you've
are
got
the
it.
two racers in the first race in the losers bracket.
Walker took the first one between these two, so this is phase 2. Someone is advancing in the elimination bracket.
And they're moving.
Yeah, and Walker looks good on this inside lane.
And good speed for both coming down the stretch.
Yes. There you go. It will be Cedric Walker who is going to take both phases, and that is going to move Cedric Walker
Phase 2 in car
into that next round.
48, Cedric Walker by 0.280 seconds, and advancing in the heat, Cedric Walker.
So Cedric Walker advances in the heat. And I have noticed a number of these racers climbing out in just socked feet.
Yeah.
Some of them even taking the shoes off and keeping them in the car with them, and you watch them get out and then throw the pair of shoes on. So I'm not sure what advantage that gives, or just the feel in the car, or hitting the brake, or what that may be. But
I think the world's just better when you're barefoot.
Car 49, Caleb
I know I'm always happier and function better when I'm wearing as little as possible on my feet.
spoken like a man who grew up by the bay. Does that song Down by the Bay have any additional meaning to you? Do you ever
Like
sing
the
that
Kids
when
song?
growing up? Yeah, Down by
Of
the
course I
Bay.
did. Of course.
Where the watermelons grow, all of that?
Although I didn't see half of what they said they saw by the bay in that song. Never saw an elephant down there.
We've got our next two racers making their way down the course. Advantage right now on that inside lane. Very
Straight
nice
as
run.
an arrow.
Yes.
My goodness, that may be the best run we've seen start to finish all day.
There you go, and that's Caleb Height who will take both of the phases, and Caleb Height will advance in the winner's bracket. And as you said, nice run. So that's going to move Colt Runkles over. into the elimination bracket.
Phase 2, winner, car 49, Caleb Height by 0.675 seconds, advancing in the heat, Caleb Height.
So Caleb Height advances and will face Kylie Hoop. On the other side, Caden Blair and Kenzie Edwards will square off. We've still got some races to go on the elimination side.
I have Miss Kenzie Edwards. She is a 4th grade student.
So some more information, a little more bio on some of these racers.
She was in a stock car. Her favorite thing about racing is that she gets to have fun and ride in a race car. When she grows up, she would like to become a graphic designer. The person she looks up to most is God and Jesus. A fun fact about her is that she loves going to the beach and pools, and she loves summer. When she's not racing, she likes to play softball. I also have Miss Kylie Hoop, who is a 3rd grade student at Potomac Intermediate School. She has been racing for 1 year. This is her first year, and she is in a stock car. Her favorite thing about racing is going fast and having fun. She would like to be a science teacher when she grows up. The person she looks up to most is her teacher. A fun fact about her is that she likes to swim, and when she's not racing, she likes to play with friends.
Glad that you could join us on TV10 and WRNR TV on YouTube for our coverage today of the 21st annual Bucky's LTD Autobody Norwalk Soapbox Derby race here in downtown Martinsburg. First time that we've had a chance to be here for the video broadcast of this, and we are certainly enjoying, hope that you are as well. Our next 2 racers making their way down the hill. 3 different divisions, stock, masters, and super stock. We've been rotating back and forth throughout the course of the morning. Good close race here. And it looks like on the outside lane in the Hill and Hill Attorneys at Law vehicle in that number 103 car, we have the victor in this phase. It was 103.
Phase 2 in car 103, Caleb Martin by 0.213 seconds, advancing from the heat, Aaron Pritz.
There you go. So that's in the stock division, and it was Erilyn Pritz who will advance. Pritz had won the first heat. Martin able to take the second, but it's the differential that moves Erilyn Pritz on to the next round.
Back to super stock, phase 1, racing in lane 1, Jacoby Kearns in car 426. Racing in lane 2 is Benjamin Chrisman in car 305.
So Kearns and Chrisman now into phase 1 as we continue on in the elimination bracket here in the super stock division. They are in the starting blocks and ready to go. Inching our way ever closer to who will come out of this elimination bracket.
Yeah, it's taken a while to get through the super stock. Everything else is pretty much rolling as you would expect, but the biggest class is the super stock.
Close race as they make their way down right now. Almost neck and neck. Working their way through, and it may be that outside lane with that slight edge again, and it is. In the 305 car, Benjamin Chrisman will get the advantage here in phase 1. Good run, though, by Jacoby Kearns on this inside lane. That was a tight finish.
Smelled the brake pad on that one.
Winner of phase 1 in car 305, Benjamin Chrisman, by 0.538 seconds.
0.538. Tell you what, it's actually a little wider margin than I anticipated there as you watch the way that they crossed.
Yeah, it was a close race down the stretch.
At 0.5, you're talking a half a second there. And again, doesn't sound like a lot in the overall scheme of time, but in the time of racing, that's a lot. It's a pretty good margin there. And again, through much of the morning, we've seen what we're calling the outside lane. That's the left lane as you look at our camera angle. That has tended to have just a little bit more speed in that lane. Although we have had some racers sweep, meaning that they have won in both lanes. They're working to get our next couple of racers set up at the top of the hill as we say thanks again to other sponsors for this event, Chick-fil-A, DM Bowman, and the Hornby Media Group.
Us.
TV10 and Talk Radio WRNR. By the way, on the radio side coming up today should be a day-night doubleheader of Major League Baseball, the Nationals and the Giants. Not good news for the Nationals yesterday. Not only did they lose a 1-0 game, again failing to score, but Max Scherzer only lasted, what was it, about 12 pitches?
Oh, it's 13.
Oh, okay. 13 pitches.
Huge difference in that number.
Absolutely.
I think it was 13.
I did read, though, the good news. He said that whatever MRI did not show swelling, and that, you know, he feels good, feels like he stayed a day, and does not expect it to be anything major.
Yeah, I know he said a tightness he felt during warm-ups. Was hoping to be able to work out of it, so not necessarily a pitching-related injury, but maybe just, or necessarily starting that day injury, just a little soreness.
Car 100, Caden Hager, and in lane 2, we have car 12, Kayla Overcash.
All right, back to the Masters division. And the first phase in this heat between Cademan Hager and Kayla Overcash. They are on their way down the hill as we wait. Very close race, and it looks like the inside lane right now with the advantage. Yeah, really nice run. And very fancy Bucky's LTD car. We have Cademan Hager crossing first.
Winner of that phase in car 100, Caden Hager, by 0.252 seconds.
0.2527.
All right, well, they're getting the cars up for the next race. Let's go ahead and send it back to the studio and take a 30-second commercial break. Get in some of our sponsors for today. So again, calling back to the station. Let's take a 30-second break. We're back with more after this.
A reputation for caring. A legacy of service. At Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, it's been our story since 1880. A family-owned business, we support the needs and wishes of families. We offer traditional services, as well as many options for cremation, customized remembrances, and pre-planning. Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations retains its family atmosphere and stays true to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning, or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
A lot.
Stock division, phase 1.
Welcome back in. It's Matt Crawford, Matt Miller, here with you live. It is the 2021 Bucky's LTD Autobody Norwalk Soapbox Derby as we are back to action here. John Alderton, our cameraman for this afternoon / morning's festivities. And Colin McLaughlin is back at the studio. Our racers coming down the stretch and neck coming down the stretch as they come to the finish line. It looks like the inside lane going to have the slight advantage here, as it will be.
Yeah, Toby Warfield and also Balin Rodriguez. And Rodriguez, I believe, on the inside taking that first phase.
Winner of that phase in car 999, Balin Rodriguez.
And right you are, Mr. Miller.
227 seconds.
So their first phase, we already saw Benjamin Chrisman take the first phase from Jacoby Kearns on the other side of the elimination bracket in this one. Those two winners, when they advance, will take on whoever drops the winners bracket semifinals on the other side of the bracket. So those will be coming up, I'm imagining, pretty soon as we're working our way through that elimination bracket in Superstock.
Yeah, Masters, we're a couple away from the finals. Once we get through the Hager over cash race, we're inching closer to the final race there. In the stock division, a little further along than what is in the super stock division, but still quite a few slots to fill in that bracket as well, but moving right along. It has been an exciting morning here in downtown Martinsburg.
Phase 1, in lane 1, we have car 3.14.
It is the matchup we've been waiting for, Mr. Miller. Xavier Smith against Hank Plunkert. The Pie car against Freaky Tiki. Both cars starting a little wide as they come halfway down the course. Again, what we expected, neck and neck from these two. A slight advantage on that outside as they're coming across. And, oh, that is close. Look at it. It is going to be the inside as Xavier Smith is going to take race 1.
So there you go, the Pie car.
Heck of a race, and what we expected from these two.
Yes.
Winner of phase 1 in car 3.14, Xavier Smith by 0.121 seconds.
0.121. That's a very close finish.
Yeah.
Nice run for both. This is one of those ones where you think we could see them again.
Yeah.
When you look at the way that both of them have run.
In lane 1, car 39, Haley Pleasance.
We will stay in the super stock and stay on the winner's side of the bracket as it'll be Haley Pleasance taking on Jackson Hill.
And they're on their way, Matt.
They are. They just leave the gate now. Again, both starting on what would be the outside of their lanes. On that right side, really hugging the right side of that lane. Looks like that outside lane does have the advantage coming down the stretch by about a car length, and now stretching it out even more. That's coming across, and getting the win is Jackson Hill.
Yeah, in the Larry DeMarco Remax Real Estate car.
Winner of that phase and
Notice what's the Garvin's Gurley Gator is on the side of the car for Haley Pleasance. The colorful car.
Saw a Rocks logo on the back too.
All right. So right now Hill and Smith with the advantage, taking the first phase in the 2 super stock winners bracket semifinals.
He's out of my
Good day today on the 21st annual running of this event. I was reading earlier that you can mark your calendar, if you would like to, for next year, because it is generally going to be the second Saturday in June, except for when June 7th falls on a Saturday. Then they would race on the first Saturday in the month of June. But generally you're going to talk the second Saturday in June. They get everything set up and ready to go here down Queen Street.
Our racers are off. Again, both. Now we've seen the last couple of races both start on the outside, whereas earlier in the day we saw a lot more kind of rubbing that center line as the inside lane by a couple of car lengths.
Yes.
And that going to be winning. That's a car 62. Looking up and down the brackets here. And a 187.
That's got to be Blair and Edwards in the semifinals on the winner's bracket in the stock car side.
Winner of that phase in lane 1, car 62, Caden Blair.
Yep.
By
Again, different numbers than what we had.
4 seconds.
Caden
Blair getting the first win on in the heat.
Which means I'm assuming we'll see Kylie Hoop and Caleb Height, if there's any semblance to what we're seeing right now.
Now racing.
Seems to be kind of filtering down that way. Whereas this morning you're going, all right, we have no idea who's next.
No, we're going back to Superstock. Phase 2 between Benjamin Chrisman and Jacoby Kearns. Chrisman winning the first phase, so a Chrisman win advances Benjamin on. Jacoby Kearns win, and it comes down to that differential again.
Inside lane, straight and narrow, coming halfway down the stretch. But that outside has the advantage.
Yeah, that's Jacoby Kearns in that outside lane crossing first. The question is, how big is the differential?
Work on lawnmowers and weed eaters, play basketball, hunt, tractor pull, and ride four-wheelers.
Got a little bio on one of our racers.
That phase in car 426 was Jacoby Kearns by 0.450 seconds. Advancing from the heat is Benjamin Chrisman.
There you go. So Kearns wins that phase, but Benjamin Chrisman advances thanks to the wider margin of victory in the opening phase. So Benjamin Chrisman advances.
Now racing in Master Division, phase 2 in lane 1. We have car number 12, Kayla Overcash, and in lane 2, we have car 100, Caden Hager.
Let's go back to the Masters division as Hager and Overcash going to try to get to the semifinals in the loser side of the bracket. Quarterfinals overall, if you will. It was Hager getting the win when they were flip sides of the track. Winner of this, we'll see Delaney Cedars in the next round. And then the winner of that gets Cohen Huffman. Starting to narrow things down. And a little easier to follow at this point. Been a good day of racing so far. Those who are still racing and those who have wrapped up their day. We understand a post-race get together after this back up at the town square up by the BB&T Bank, intersection of Queen and King Street. All the racers that were eliminated earlier were instructed to be back by 1:30 for the award ceremony. And it looks like Hager and Overcash are off. Looks like that outside lane has the advantage. Pretty good advantage as they come down the hill and pick up speed. Inside lane catching up, but still looks like the outside lane has the slight advantage here as they come to the finish line. And the winner on the outside is number 100, Caden Hager.
So Hager will advance, having taken both of the heats. Meaning Hager will face Delaney Cedars.
Car 100, Caden Hager by 0.291 seconds. Caden will advance in the heat.
How close are we, Matt? You've got Hager and Cedars to go down. That winner will face Cohen Huffman, and then that winner will face Ava Hill for the possible Masters Division Championship and a chance to go on to the All-American Soapbox Derby race. So in the Masters Division, working our way ever closer. Super Stock, Still need the second run between Rodriguez and Warfield, and then we've got to move back over to look at what would be the second runs for Smith and Plunkett, along with Pleasance and Hill. We've got two racers making their way down right now. Didn't get an announcement, so we'll wait and see as they reach that finish line, and that is a close one at the finish line.
Outside lane gets it.
Yeah, it looks like
Rodriguez.
Rodriguez on the outside lane will advance. So Balin Rodriguez taking both of those phases.
Winner of that phase was Balin Rodriguez and card 9.
So Balin Rodriguez moving on.
034, and Balin will advance in that heat.
Good strong runs for Balin Rodriguez, taking both of those phases in the heat against Toby Warfield. Good day for Toby, though, wrapping up.
Yep.
Gotta get down there as many times as you can, right? We were told in the get-go that every racer will make at least 4 trips down the hill today.
Is Hank Plunkett in car 831, and in lane
Here we go. It's the
Xavier Smith in car 3.14.
Freaky Tiki and the pie car one more time. Xavier Smith and the pie car taking that first phase. Let's see what happens here in this one. On that outside lane is the pie car, but looks like the inside lane may be the one to take this one. Although, no, look at the pie car down the stretch. That is a close finish. Oh, boy, photo type finish there. We will simply wait and see. Very well done.
Yeah. Again, what you expected from these two kids who have raced extremely well today.
Winner of that phase in car 831, Hank Plunkett, by 0.065 seconds, advancing from the heat in car 3.14, Xavier Smith.
There you go. Xavier Smith in the pie car moves on, and again, it's the differential. Very tight finishes in both races, but in the end, pie R squared. And advancing on to the winner's bracket.
How long have you been waiting to say that?
I haven't. It just came to me. It honestly just came to me.
I find that hard to believe. He's been waiting, and John's loud. He's been waiting for the right time to drop that hammer.
I promise you, I've not been sitting on it.
Okay, I have Mr. Caden Blair coming down the hill. He is a 5th grade student at Rocky Knoll School.
All right, so we're back to Blair and Edwards making their way down in the stock division in a winner's bracket semifinal. Tight race as they near that midway point. Now it looks like the advantage on this inside lane. And yes, crossing first on the inside lane is going to be Kenzie Edwards. That was a must-win there for Edwards because Blair had taken the first phase, so now let's wait and see what's the differential. And the racers get out of the car and listen.
Kenzie Edwards by 0.509 seconds, and advancing from the heat in car 62, Caden Blair.
There you go. So Edwards wins the phase, but it is Caden Blair who had the better differential from the first race. And so Caden Blair moves on in the winner's bracket. Still a chance, though, for Kenzie Edwards as we move her across in this elimination bracket.
Now racing in Super Stock Phase 2 in Lane 1, car 74, Jackson Hill. In Lane 2, car 39, Haley Pleasance.
So back to Hill and Pleasance in a Super Stock semifinal. We had Hill crossing first in the first phase, and here they come. Now making their way down the hill. Looks like that outside lane getting the early advantage and picking up speed. That differential seemed to be increasing a little bit.
Still is by a couple of car lengths.
Yeah, it is.
Line.
Very, very good run there. So that should be Haley Pleasance taking that one, and the margin of victory in that particular phase would look to be enough, I believe, to move Haley Pleasance on. Jackson Hill would drop over into the elimination bracket and would face Benjamin Chrisman.
Winner of that phase in car 39, Haley Pleasance, by 1.264 seconds. Haley advances from the heat.
Yeah, there you go. Haley Pleasance advancing with a better than 1 second differential, and we had talked about that earlier, Matt. That second is huge in racing.
So the winner bracket final looks like this: Pleasance and Smith. That winner will await the winner of the losers bracket semifinal. Still a couple more races to get to that. On the winner's side, 2 races away, one from each side of the track, to just figure out who's going to the finals.
I hear a motor in the background, but not in a car. Good race here, but again, in the outside lane, Caleb Height able to cross that finish line first. I have that as the first time that Height and Hoop have come down together. So Kylie Hoop falling behind as Caleb Height takes the first phase. Let's listen for the official announcement. They're working up the timing over there and still waiting for the official results from that last phase.
Winner of that phase was Caleb Height in car 49 by 0.454 seconds.
0.454. Again, that's a pretty good margin right there for Caleb Height.
We did get a unique question
okay.
that I don't have an answer for, and you may or may not have an answer for. They don't shut this road down to train. So how do these drivers train? And can you really train if you're not training on the same angle hill, the same steepness and things like that? Or is this just first time's a charm, go for it?
We'll see if we can find out a better answer than what I could give you, but I do have something I believe takes place. Let's wait till this race wraps up. On the way down now, and it looks like the inside lane right now with a bit of an advantage.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it.
A very nice run. There you go, the 188 car.
I believe that's Edwards Blair again.
I was going to say, I'm trying to follow along.
Yeah, that should be the stock division. Second race between Blair and Edwards. Or no.
Edwards by 0.824 seconds.
So the 188 and the 105, that's the Edwards Runkles on the other side of the bracket. So, yeah, and the 188 car, I believe it was on the inside here. Yes, that would have been Edwards who would have had the edge. And that is Corey Edwards. So Corey Edwards with the advantage in the first heat against Colt Runkles.
In lane 1, car 102, Crew Runkles. In lane 2, car 114, Erlen Prince.
So now we get the other Runkles, Crew Runkles, against Erlen Pritt in another elimination bracket matchup. They have just gotten started. Just beginning to crest that hill where the speed begins to pick up. Outside lane seems to have the early advantage. Here in phase 1 between these two. They'll come down again switching lanes. A wide margin now in that outside lane as crossing the finish line first will be Erlen Prince.
By a pretty big margin.
Yeah, that could be a tough one to overcome for Crew Runkles when they come back with phase 2. Well, Matt, I believe, and I could be wrong, and at some point in time we'll have to see if we can find someone who has the correct answer, but I believe that they have a little bit of a testing time, perhaps at the training grounds, the driving range out at James Rumsey Votech, where behind James Rumsey, where they have the driving range where student driving takes place during the course of the school year.
Golf when you were saying that driving range. I'm going, there's a driving range behind James Rumsey?
No, it's the one for student drivers.
Is that like a driving course?
I actually learned my driving there on that course, and John Alderton did as well. And I believe with some of the angles and the hills they have there, and I could be totally wrong on that, but I believe that I have heard that in the past. But it's not like I don't think it's not like you can just pick a time and show up and go whenever you feel like it. I believe there are some set times. We'll definitely find out that answer and get it on before we wrap things up. One of these times when I feel comfortable enough, I'll just leave you on your own. I'll go find that answer and then come back. Or vice versa.
I think I can hold down the fort for a while.
Moving along nicely here today. Great day for it, to be honest. I wondered yesterday, though, with as much rain as we had coming down, I wondered how would things dry out today. Would there be any standing water along the edges of the roadway or anything? And it's turned out to be an absolutely great day for it. Comfortable temperature-wise, some overcast skies, or at least cloud cover. So, not getting beat down by the sun. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better day to be out here, and we've got our next race underway. Close one as they are past the midway point, working their way towards the finish line. And who's going to take this one? In the outside lane. Yeah, it looks like Mr. Plunkett, Hank Plunkett, taking that one. Now it comes down to the differential. Or does it? I am moving my sheet over. Hang on. Nope, loser to 24. And that was the first time down, correct? Yes.
Yes, that was the first time
phase 1.
Between he and Rodriguez.
My apologies.
By 0.143 seconds.
I had not marked Plunkett moving over into that elimination bracket, so Plunkett takes the advantage in the first phase of the heat against Balin Rodriguez. So staying in the super stock. Uh-oh, do you have an answer?
We have an answer. Up till about 10 years ago, they would do the training at James Rumsey.
All right.
But for the last 10 years or so, it has been get in your car, good luck, kid, make sure you hit the brakes at the end.
Seriously?
Yep.
Wow.
That is from somebody involved in the action today.
I would not have expected that. I really would not. All right, we've got our next two racers coming down.
Our inside lane weaving quite a bit.
Yeah, moving back and forth. That will cost some time. Maybe just trying to find that perfect line.
Still a pretty tight race down the stretch.
Yes. In the 426 on the outside.
Winner of that phase in lane 2, car 426, Jacoby Kearns, by 0.360 seconds.
All right, I am confused. Are you?
I already had Crispin advancing.
Yes, I did as well.
All right, we both had...
Unless we had a rerun for some reason.
Switching over to the Masters division in phase 1.
Let's keep
No,
moving.
you know what that is? The loser of 21 goes to 501. It's a runoff for 7th and 8th place.
Ah, there we go.
So Jacoby Kearns was facing off against Warfield.
Yes, in 426.
Stick with us, folks. So now we're getting into the actual placing of 7th and 8th, so that this run is to determine 7th and 8th place.
And so Kearns, Jacoby Kearns, at least taking phase 1.
Over Toby Warfield.
Is there a test at the end?
I'm not a good test taker.
No, me either.
Took the SATs 5 times. Not a good test taker.
All right, I missed our next race as we were figuring that out.
As a
So
reminder, spectators, please do not sit on the hay bales. You must be behind the rope in order for the racers to come down the hill.
the hay bale is for the protection of the racer.
As a
So they don't want
reminder,
folks sitting on those hay
spectators
bales.
do not sit on the hay bales. Please be on the sidewalk. Thank you.
We know when we keep making the comment.
Still awaiting the start of our next race.
They're set up, so it looks like we should be rolling here soon. And now they're on the move.
Reaching that crest where you start picking up a little more speed now. Again, our inside lane, a little kind of weaving back and forth. Not sure if the racers are trying to find a particular line there where they can increase their speed or not, but it's a close one here as they come to the finish line. That was our 222 car.
Should be the Masters division.
Winner
And that
of
was
phase
Delaney
in lane 2, car
Cedars
100, Hayden Hager by 0.1.
taking on Hager. Cademan Hager, and Hager gets the win in the first race. Winner of this will face off against Cohen Huffman in the losers bracket finals, so the semifinals in the Masters division.
Switching back over to the stock division, phase 2, lane 1, Holt Runkles in car 105. In lane 2, Corey Edwards, car 188.
Edwards and Runkles should be the second race of their pair, correct?
It is, and Corey Edwards took the first one. So Runkles needs a win, and I believe that was the pretty wide margin, the almost half a second. So Runkles would not only need a win, but by a good margin. Inside lane looking pretty
I was
good right
Rumples
now.
is the one on the inside lane. He's got a shot.
Yeah, Runkles did get the win in this phase on that inside lane. Now let's find out, was the differential enough? That may have been.
Winner of that phase in car 105, Colt Rumples, by 0.778 seconds, advancing from the heat in car 188, Corey Edwards.
So Edwards does advance. Corey Edwards still able to advance. Runkles almost pulled it off. Corey Edwards moves on to face Cedric Walker.
Lane 1 in car 49, Caleb Height. In lane 2 in car 119, Kylie Hoop.
Winners bracket matchup here.
Yep.
Kylie Hoop taking on Caleb Height. Height got the win in the first race. They've now switched sides. A win for Height, and he is on to the stock division semifinals and the finals side on the winners edge of the bracket.
And they are off. Height is on this inside edge. Tell you, Caleb Height had one of the best runs we had seen earlier, straight as an arrow. Pretty good on this one, too. That's a tight race.
Looks like the outside's got a bit of an edge.
I believe Kylie Hoop took that phase, but I'm not sure that it's enough from the differential of the first phase. Awaiting the official announcement.
All right, winning that heat was Caleb Height by .061.
Wow, so Height
got the win.
Height did come across first. And from our vantage point, it was hard to tell. I could not see from a little glare on the screen. I was looking over at our vantage point through the camera to see maybe who crossed that finish line first and just couldn't quite pick it up. But Caleb Height winning both phases, advancing on to face Caden Blair in the winner's bracket final. We're inching our way closer on that elimination bracket side as well, as Cedric Walker has the one race advantage over Corey Edwards. Aaron Pritt has the one race advantage over Crew Runkles as they still have to run their second phases. So we're back to super stock.
That's all right.
The racers making their way down the course.
It is Plunkett and Rodriguez. A win for Plunkett. Moves closer to the finals. Rodriguez still will finish in the top 8.
Really very close, but it looked like Rodriguez able to take that one.
So it'll come down to time differential.
All right, winning that one was Balin Rodriguez by 0.159. Balin advances.
So Balin Rodriguez advances.
That now drops Plunkett down into the, is that 502? That'll be the 5th, 6th place bracket, where he will face the loser of the Chrisman and Jackson Hill race.
So Jacoby Kearns has already taken that number 7 spot. With the win over, not yet.
Not yet.
That's right, there's a second phase. I forgot that they
Still one more race.
Yeah.
Easy, big fella.
In lane 2, we have Crew Runkles.
Crew Runkles and Erilyn Pritt back to the stock division.
Pritz has a win here as they switch sides. And they're off.
Pritt on this near side in the pink car. Swerving back and forth just a little bit. Crew Runkles right now with the advantage getting to the finish line. Question will be that differential.
These cones are taking a beating.
Looked like it had been scuffed up a little bit before.
Yeah.
Winning that heat was Crew Runkles by .875, and Erilyn Pritt advances.
So Erilyn Pritt does advance thanks to that differential.
And Runkles now drops in to the 7th, 8th place runoff bracket. So Runkles will finish in either 7th or 8th place.
Now racing in the super stock division, stage 1, in lane 1, car 305, Benjamin Christmas, in lane 2, in car 74, Jackson Hill.
Crispin Hill matchup in the super stock division. They have not run yet. Again, the winner will survive and advance. The loser of this one drops into the battle for 5th or 6th place as they make their way down the hill. Looks like that outside has the advantage to start, as we have seen for the better part of today. On the outside, that will be the win
for Jackson Hill.
So Hill takes the first.
Yeah, nice run down for Jackson Hill.
In lane 2, car 74, Jackson Hill by 0.939 seconds.
So there you go, Jackson Hill. A nice job to take phase 1.
A little more rapid pace to get these cars back up to the top of the hill, as it has been a team effort today for all the folks here, no doubt about it.
Now racing in phase 2, lane 1, car 426, Jacoby Kearns. Lane 2,
It'll be Jacoby
car 58,
Kearns against Toby Warfield, and this will give us our first final of the day, as we can pencil in the 7th and 8th place winner in the super stock division following this race. Jacoby Kearns won the first. A win would put him in the 7th place slot on the bracket. If not, he will finish 8th, and Toby Warfield will get that 7th place spot as they're halfway down the track now. Does look like it still goes on the outside edge, and it will, as Toby Warfield gets the win. And we'll wait and see what the time differential is.
That will be the difference.
As the shoes slide back on.
I think we just had a foot run over there.
Yeah.
On one of our pit crew members.
Winner of that phase in car 58, Toby Warfield by 0.599 seconds. Toby takes 7th.
So Warfield gets the win. He will finish in 7th, and Jacoby Kearns will finish in 8th.
Pretty good day out of 15 racers in this super stock division.
Lane 1, Cademan Hager in car 100. In lane 2, Delaney Cedars in car 222.
So back to the Masters division, Cedars and Hager. I believe they said it was Hager in a very slight edge, taking that first phase over Cedars. From our vantage point, we thought maybe Cedars had taken it, but not the case. That means this one's going to have to be pretty tight for Cedars to make up ground. Hager win should advance Cademan. We'll see. They are on the starting blocks, and here they come. Not sure which one is in which lane at this moment. They are pretty neck and neck, it looks like. Yeah, still very close. Boy, that is a tight finish. Very tight finish. Let's see if we can get the official word.
Winner of that phase in car 222, Delaney Cedars, and advancing is car 100, Cademan Hager.
So Cedars did win that phase, but it wasn't quite enough as Cademan Hager moves on.
And we do have some final placements in the Masters division now, as Kayla Overcash is going to finish 5th. Finishing 4th is
Back over to the stock division.
Delaney Cedars.
In lane 1, we have car 188, Corey Edwards. In lane 2,
So we now have a couple of final finishes in placement. Now in the Masters and in the Super Stock have not been able to start filling in the slots for 1st through 8th yet in the stock division.
Track people, we need you to reset our pens, please. And sleeping on the dog. Thank you.
Yeah, they got here early this morning, did many of the volunteers, getting the cones reset to help catch cars who do not get the brakes applied quite quickly enough, or the brakes don't quite grab hold quite quickly enough.
Thank you.
See what our next race will look like. And again, moving on very well, the way that this one is playing out here today.
Couple of racers coming down the track now.
Good run here on this inside lane. Good run on that outside as well. Tight finish.
I couldn't even tell looking at the finish line camera who won that one.
That's Corey Edwards and Cedric Walker, and we believe
Winner of that phase in lane 1, car 188, Corey Edwards, by 0.077.
And
that was phase 2.
Was it phase 2?
I have a mark. Well, no, it was not. You're correct. My apologies.
Starting to lose it, man.
I had mismarked. That was the first time that we saw those two come down together. Very good race right there, as you said. Even looking at our camera that is looking right down that finish line, you couldn't tell.
Phase 1, and lane 1, car 114, Marilyn Fritz, and lane 2, car 119, Kylie Hoop.
So Pritt and Hoop get ready for their first phase in this particular heat. The racers are off. Racer on the inside lane, and they seem to be holding relatively close to the inside, or excuse me, the outside, but now drifting kind of towards that inside portion of the track. Now down the middle. That's a tight one.
Good speed on both sides.
Yeah, very close as they came across that finish line. Yeah, the inside lane stayed close to the cones to the left. So Kylie Hoop in a close finish taking this first phase, but car on the inside lane tending to stay to the inside, or the cones to their left, which would be, you know, kind of towards the curb, but then partway down kind of drifted towards the double yellow lines or the cones in the middle of the course before settling into that center of the lane. And we've seen some cars do that. I wonder how much these drivers talk to one another, or just what they're feeling each time they go down, as to trying to find that right spot where you might be able to pick up just a little extra speed.
Phase 2, lane 1, car 74, Jackson Hill. Lane 2, car 305, Benjamin Christman.
So Hill and Christman as we go back to the super stock division. Jackson Hill with a win already, as this is phase 2. So should Hill take this race, he would advance, or should Christman take this one, it will come down to that differential. Pretty good run right now, but it looks like that outside lane with the edge as they get to the finish line. Yes, in that outside lane, it's Benjamin Christman who will take phase 2, and now it's up to that differential.
Winner of that phase in lane 2, car 305, Benjamin Christman, by 0.694 seconds. Car 74, Jackson Hill, advances.
So Jackson Hill still getting to advance by the differential in phase 1, or the first time they went down the hill, despite Christman winning that second phase.
And Benjamin Christman now drops into the 5-6 bracket, where he will face off against Hank Plunkett. Again, the winner in that one gets 5th. The loser gets 6th.
That sets up Hill and Balin Rodriguez. So a moment as they recognize the sponsors to the crowd on hand here on Queen Street.
Let's go ahead and send it back to the studio. Let's go ahead and take a 1-minute break, as there's no cars on the ramp. So a 1-minute break, back at the studio, back with more of the 2021 Bucky's LTD Autobody Soapbox Derby coming up after this.
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hagerstown Ford, it is that convenient. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hagerstown Ford will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time at a car dealership playing the dumb back-and-forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want and get your new ride delivered to you at no risk. See dealer for details.
Quickly, we would also like to thank the Martinsburg City Police.
Welcome back in. It's a break, little bit of a break here. Still no cars up in the starting gate quite yet. Now it has been a sprint to get the cars back up to the starting ramp over the past several races. We are getting down to it. As the bracket getting smaller and smaller, more names being penciled in. We do have some finals already, starting with the Super Stock division. 7th place goes to Toby Warfield. 8th place goes to Jacoby Kearns. And in the Masters division, 4th place going to Delaney Cedars, and 5th place going to Kayla Overcash.
Well, and we have a setup already for the 5th and 6th spots in Superstock, as Benjamin Chrisman will be taking on Hank Plunkert to see how that one will play out. And we already have our winners bracket final set in Superstock, where Haley Pleasance will take on Xavier Smith. We already have the winners bracket in the Masters with Ava Hill.
We are back to action. Halfway down the hill. Outside lane has the advantage, but a pretty tight one down the stretch, and it does go to the outside lane. Car 188. I believe that is
That's Corey Edwards in the stock division.
Stock series.
Cedric Walker had taken that first phase. So let's see what the differential will be.
Corey won at 0.468 seconds, so Corey Edwards will advance.
So there it is, the differential a little bit better in that second run for Corey Edwards, who takes the second phase and takes the heat, dropping Cedric Walker into the 7-8 matchup against Crew Runkles.
Quickly back to action up at the top, setting up the next tandem of cars set to roll down Queen Street.
And the two that just came down loaded and making their way back up. A couple of different trucks and trailers to haul these vehicles from the finish line back up to the starting point. These cars do great downhill, Matt, but uphill is a challenge.
Yeah, not so much. I believe the trucks today have been donated by Parsons Ford. I see the Parsons Ford sticker on the outside of them. I know they, along with several other car dealerships in the area, usually pretty good about that for any of the parades and events like this, and donating a couple of vehicles to be used.
And I think we're just about ready for our next racers.
Should be. Although looking now, maybe not. Saw a lot of people standing in front of the starting tents, but now seeing just the second car going on to that ramp. So maybe we weren't quite as ready for action as we thought we were. About halfway through hour 3 of our coverage here today. We'll take you to the end. Start to finish, every race that has happened here, you will be able to watch again throughout the rest of the week on TV 10, going up next week. And we'll always, as all of our broadcasts do, archive on WRNR TV on YouTube.
Our next race is underway, Matt. Almost halfway down the course, very tight.
The Battle of the Pink.
There it is. Carolyn Pritt and Kylie Hoop. Kylie Hoop took that first phase. Let's see what the judges say here from the finish line and what the timer and the differential may be. Kylie Hoop was in the near lane. We understand that's lane 1. The outside lane, as we've been calling it, lane 2.
Winning phase 2 of that stock division race was Carolyn Fritz in car 114 by 0.424 seconds, and advancing is Carolyn Fritz.
So Erilyn Pritt with the win in that phase, able to take the heat, and Erilyn Pritt advances.
And there is an S on the end of that. It is Pritz.
There is an S.
There is an S.
I missed that the first time around. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
And that will drop Kylie Hoop into, let's see, the runoff for 5th and 6th.
Now you're catching on.
It only took all day.
John, the boy's getting it.
And you're new to this. I've been here before. That's the crazy part about it.
Between baseball and basketball over the years, I can read brackets like nobody's business.
I can tell you one of the first years when they restarted it 21 years ago, when we came down and did some radio drop-ins and broadcasts, they actually had these brackets on like large sheets of paper that was on like one of the tripod stands, and they could flip the page over to go from one division to the next, and we're handwriting all of this in behind us, which was a lot of fun. Our next racers are making their way down. I've not gotten word yet as to which bracket or who these racers are. We'll get it to you as they cross the finish line.
Looks like it's the Masters. That's Huffman on the outside. So it should be the first race between Hager and Huffman.
Yes.
It is.
The kids that just came down the hill racing in the Masters division. Peyton Hager was in lane 1 in car 100. In lane 2 was Cohen Huffman in car 17. He did win that phase by 0.025 seconds.
So Huffman picks up the win in the first race. The winner of this will face Ava Hill in the championship race. This is where it gets fun. If the winner from the losers bracket is able to beat the representative from the winner's bracket in the championship, they'll go again. So you could see 4 races of the same 2 people, depending on how that championship run goes.
Because it is double elimination.
It is.
Ava Hill has not faced that loss yet. So as you are saying, if either Hager or Huffman comes out of this elimination bracket and would knock off Ava Hill in a heat where they would each run on the different sides or the different lanes, then they would come back and do it all over again.
Clear as mud, right?
Got another race underway. Inside lane has the advantage nearing the finish line. And there you go. The inside lane goes to car 74. That is Jackson Hill, able to take the first heat against Balin Rodriguez back in the super stock division. So Jackson Hill now has an advantage.
Winner of that race in lane 1, car 74, is Jackson
Got another cicada
Hill,
visiting
0.007.
here on the end of the table. Starting to hear them a little more.
Yeah, they're awake.
They're in the tree above us. They're getting set up at the top of the hill for our next race. And again, waiting for word as to which division it will be in. Again, if you missed it earlier, according to the All-American Soapbox Derby website, the stock division is for kids 7 to 13 years of age and up to about 5 foot 3 inches tall and 125 pounds. Driver and car can weigh no more than 200 pounds. Super stock, 9 to 18 years of age, up to 6 feet tall and 150 pounds, where the driver and car together can weigh no more than 240. And in Masters, 10 to 20 years of age, up to 6 feet tall, 160 pounds, and driver and car weighing up to 255 pounds.
Stock division, it's Caden Blair and Caleb Height coming down the track in the winner's bracket final. Semifinal overall on the bracket. Looks like that's going to go to the inside, car number 62.
Yeah, that is Caden Blair.
Yep.
Nice job. Blair with the blue car, the big number 62 in white on the side, and then the white flames with some red at the end of those flames on the front of the car, but no specific sponsor name.
Simple.
I like it.
Old school.
There it is.
Color, number. And, of course, the obligatory flames on the front.
Something about flames in a fast vehicle, right?
Yep.
Racing in the super stock division, phase 1, racing for 5th place. In lane 1, Benjamin Chrisman in car 305. In lane 2, Hank Plunker in car 831.
So this is the race for 5th and 6th place. This will be the first of 2 races. You just heard Chrisman and Plunkert set to begin their roll down the hill here in just a moment, and they are on their way. Both hugging the outside of their respective lanes. Now it looks like cruising more down the middle, at least on this inside lane. Tight down the stretch, but it looks like the outside lane has the advantage. Coming to the finish line, and it is Ricky Tiki. Plunker is going to get the win on the outside.
So Hank Plunker takes phase 1 in this race.
Winner of that phase was Hank Plunker.
Now trying to pop himself out of the car. They are wedged in there.
They are, definitely.
Plunker got the mohawk going.
Aerodynamic.
Takes the helmet off.
Nice run there from Plunker.
Now racing in the super stock division, lane 1, car 39, Haley Pleasant. Lane 2, car 3.
So let's go to the winner's side of the bracket.
Xavier Smith.
This is the winner's bracket final between Pleasance, that's Haley Pleasance, and Xavier Smith. Smith in the pie car, 3.14, pie symbol all across that car. Matt, how many numbers into pi could you get in your peak math light? Because there's always a math class where a teacher wants you to try to go as deep into pi as you can.
I would stop. 3.1416. Boom, that was it. All we needed to know. Right now, that pi car doing pretty good, although it is close.
Yeah, on the outside, it is Smith. It looks like he's going to take it, and he is by about half a car length.
Pretty nice run there, Xavier Smith. Nice run as well, Haley Pleasance on this inside lane, or what would be lane 1 from what we understand. Lane 2 is considered what we call the outside lane from our broadcast position.
Xavier Smith in car 3.14, won by 0.516 seconds.
Have you ever seen the building of one of these cars?
I've not witnessed the overall building, no. I've seen a couple of them up close, to kind of look inside and so forth, but not the overall building of one.
over to the stock division, we have the cousins racing each other. Corey Edwards in lane 1, car 188. Racing in lane 2 is Kenzie Edwards in car
So you may have just heard in the background there, cousins racing.
Family affair, right?
The Edwards getting together. So this is for some bragging rights at the next family get-together, right? They are off. Uh-oh, in the outside lane, we're seeing some cones taken down, trying to hug that outside edge. See if that has slowed down a racer in that outside lane. Wow, not much.
But enough, it looks like.
Yeah, very close finish. But it does look like Corey Edwards taking phase 1. As Kenzie Edwards had a little bit of trouble at the top of the course, hitting some of the cones that are now being put back into place.
Winning phase 1 in lane 1, Corey Edwards by 0.182 seconds.
So still pretty close when you consider that Kenzie Edwards probably slowed herself down a good bit by taking out not just one, but several cones.
First time we've seen that today.
It is.
Made it this far and have seen a bunch of pretty clean races up to this point.
Seen a couple of hay bales get hit, but yeah, no major damage there. The hay bale can take a lot. So too can these cars, to be honest with you.
Yeah. 1 for 7th place. In lane 1, car 48, Cedric Walker. In lane
Cedric
2,
Walker and
car 102, Crew Runkles.
Crew Runkles going to battle it out for 7th place.
And this is phase 1. So again, they will go down a second time switching lanes. They're off. Both of these cars that kind of cream or off-white color, so kind of hard to tell at this phase who's in which lane. Both down pretty tight into those cars. Looks like Cedric Walker on this near side, Crew Runkles on the far side, and Runkles crosses first in the BB&T car on that far side. The cicadas are out now.
They are.
You can hear them in the
down
background.
the crowd mic a little bit.
Yes.
Starting to drown out everything.
You know you're going to miss that sound.
No.
Absolutely.
I can't imagine I will.
No, you're not, because I've actually put that on a loop, and we'll be playing that at the station on a regular basis.
Great. Thank you.
Just for background noise.
I might be the only person in the world that actually enjoys that sound.
I do. I think that sound is pretty cool.
Had it on our newscast the other day that apparently there being the noise up to 100 decibels in certain places.
Yeah, showing up on radar.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy to think about.
Yeah, it is.
So, back to the Masters division.
Running out of slots to fill in on this bracket. Which means we must be getting close to crowning the Masters champion.
So there you go. Cohen Huffman has the one race advantage against Cademan Heggers. They get ready to come down in the second phase.
Loser of this one will solidify as 3rd place. Winner will battle it out for the 1st place crown.
And a chance to go to Akron, Ohio in the All-American Soapbox Derby race. And that matchup's against Ava Hill.
Every little kid's dream to make it to Akron.
Have you been to Akron?
I've not been to Akron.
I've been to Akron, but not to the All-American Soapbox Derby.
I've been to Ohio once in my life, and it was to turn around to go back into West Virginia. In Wheeling.
Oh, there you go.
And it was just a couple of months ago following Martinsburg up to Wheeling and went a little too far on the road we were on. Literally got off an exit ramp in Ohio and came right back into West Virginia. So that is the only experience of Ohio I have.
Well, this race is underway, and they are pretty much neck and neck.
They're cruising right now.
Working their way towards the finish line, and this could be one of those photo-type finishes. Wow. Yep, I am not sure.
Outside lane. That's going to go to Hager.
Very tight finish. Will the differential be enough as Huffman had taken the first phase? You cannot be claustrophobic and race these vehicles.
Winner of that phase in car 100, Caden Hager by 0.089 seconds. Cohen Huffman takes third. Caden Hager advances to the championship.
So there you go. Hager winning that second phase, enough to advance into that next round, the championship round. So Cademan Hager will face Ava Hill, while Cohen Huffman takes third.
Phase 2 in lane 1, car 999.
We have our first final set up.
Car 74, Jackson Hill.
Well, and now we're getting the elimination bracket set up in the championship. We're getting closer at least. Jackson Hill and Balin Rodriguez going at it. Second phase for them. That winner will advance, but still would have to get by whoever drops the winner's bracket final, which is between Haley Pleasance and Xavier Smith. Xavier Smith right now with the edge, having taken the first phase. And this race is underway.
And has Smith lost the race yet?
Not yet. Inside lane seems to have the advantage. That should be Rodriguez, and yep, on the inside lane, it is Rodriguez who will take it, and now it becomes a matter of the differential.
Buzzing the tower, the cicadas.
He's not still sitting in my head, is he?
No, he missed my nose by about half an inch and then did the same to you.
In car 999, Balin Rodriguez by 0.733 seconds. Jackson Hill takes fourth. Balin Rodriguez advances.
So there you go. Jackson Hill takes fourth, and Balin Rodriguez moves on.
Switching back over to the stock division, still in the championship round. In lane 1, we have car 49, Caleb Height. In lane 2, we have car 62, Caden Blair.
All right, so we are back to the stock division. Caleb Height and Caden Blair. Blair won the first phase. This is the second phase. So whoever wins here is advancing to that championship run. Whoever drops this one's going to have to come back and try to get it done from the elimination side. Pretty close as they start down the steeper incline, and again in that far lane over we've had a cone wiped out. It's really trying to hold a tight edge on the outside of lane 2. And another couple of cones get taken out as they cross the finish line, and Caleb Height crosses first here, and now the differential will tell the story. That's a tough one. There's a couple of cones again, perhaps costing Caden Blair some time. Got to imagine that slows you down as you hit those.
Winning that phase in car 49 is Caleb Height by 0.275 seconds. Advancing from that round is Caden Blair, car 62.
So despite taking out the cones and dropping that phase, Caden Blair does advance. So Blair on for that championship. Caleb Height now going to drop over into that elimination bracket where he'll have a chance still to come right back out. Maybe compete for a championship.
But now is guaranteed will not finish lower than third.
Still waiting for the Phase 2 matchup between the cousins, Corey and Kenzie Edwards.
Also the 7-8 runoff bracket between Walker and Runkles. That's Crew Runkles.
He's back.
With vengeance. They know John's a military man. They're not messing with him.
The attack of these cicadas.
Oh, they're all over his bag, actually.
Ah.
They want to go home with him. Bring Patrice a present. Bread on the pillow.
A little more time here between races. Working our way towards the finals here in the 21st annual Bucky's LTD Norwalk Soapbox Derby race.
Phase 2. In lane 1, Hank Funker, car 831. In lane 2, Benjamin Chrisman and car 305.
All right, so this is the 5th and 6th place race between Chrisman and Plunkett. Plunkett took that first one. He looks to be on the inside lane as the two work their way towards the finish line in a very tight race. Looks like Chrisman, though, crossing first in lane 2, or that outside lane. Now we just have to wait and see.
Winning that phase in car 305, Benjamin Chrisman by 0.123 seconds. Benjamin takes 6th in super stock, and Hank takes 5th.
So there you go. Hank Plunkett officially winning that heat to take 5th, despite dropping the last part of that race, as Phase 2 went to Benjamin Chrisman, who will finish in 6th place. So continuing to fill in the brackets as we go back to the stock division.
Lane 1, Kenzie Edwards in car 187. In lane 2, Corey Edwards in 188.
So we're back to the cousins. Here we go. The Edwards. Ready to go at it. They do have to move one of the cones near the top of the course that was in a little bit too far. Those one of the ones that earlier had gotten knocked out. So they had to put that back in. Now that everything is in place, we're ready for them to take off at the starting point. The winner here will face Erilyn Pitts with an S coming up. Here we go. They are off. Beginning down the hill. Corey and Kenzie Edwards. Pretty tight as they're at the midway point. Staying almost side by side.
Looks like the outside's got the edge. It is by about a quarter of a car.
And that would be Corey Edwards who would take it, having won both of the phases. Let's see.
Winning that phase in lane 2 by 0.025 seconds, Corey Edwards for Corey Edwards.
There you go. Corey advances. That drops Kenzie Edwards into the 5th and 6th place race with Kylie Hoop. I love the jacks for the cars. And you get up under the nose, push down, pop it up, and then you can back it up on just the two tires.
Now racing in phase 2 of Super Stock Division, lane 1 in car 3.14, Xavier Smith. In lane 2, car 39, Haley Pleasant.
Smith can punch a ticket to the championship race with a win here. Or if he loses, at least by a tight enough margin.
They are off. Xavier Edwards on the inside lane with the white car and the pie symbols on the car. Haley Pleasance in the multicolored car in that outside lane, or lane 2.
Looks like Pie's got a slight edge on this inside, but now late run on the outside.
Yeah, very, very tight finish. I think in this case, this trip down, Haley Pleasance crossed that finish line first, so I think we're going to look at the differential.
Winning that phase in lane 2 is Haley Pleasant by 0.271 seconds. Xavier Smith will lead.
So there it is, Xavier Smith able to advance as a result of the time differential. That was a very, very close finish.
Yes, indeed. And now drops Haley Pleasance into the finals in the losers bracket.
Yep, not out of it yet.
Nope. Against Balin Rodriguez.
In lane 2, car 48, Cedric Walker.
So I would have this as phase 2 correct. Crew Runkles edging out Cedric Walker in phase 1.
Winner of this gets 7th place. While the loser gets 8th, and we can start filling in the placements for the first time in the stock division.
Great job to everyone here for a very smooth day of racing. It's been very well run. I think they've been doing this 21 years, or at least 20. I guess this is the 21st, right? Racers making their way down now. Again, those two cars.
Battle of the cream.
Yep, so close it's hard to tell. I think Walker's in that outside lane. He sits up a little higher in the car. Runkle's on this inside lane, and they come to the finish line, and it is very close. I think Runkles, though, may have edged him out, which would give Runkles that number 7 spot.
I think you're right. I got him by a nose.
Winning that phase in car 102, Drew Runkles by 0.221 seconds. Cedric Walker places 8th. Crew Runkles takes 2nd.
And there is the announcement, and it was Crew Runkles who took phase 2 after also winning phase 1. So that gives Runkles the number 7 spot, and Cedric Walker takes the number 8 spot here in the stock division. It'll be Kenzie Edwards and Kaylee Hoop for that 5 and 6 spot. And then you still have Corey Edwards and Erilyn Pitts in the elimination bracket.
Phase 1 of the championship race. In lane 1, car 121, Ada Hill. In lane 2, car 100, Peyton Hager.
All right, here we go. It is phase 1, or the first race for a championship between Ava Hill and Cademan Hager. Should Hill come out on top in these two races, again, it's phase 1 and phase 2 where they switch lanes, and the heat winner then is decided. If Ava Hill wins the heat, she will be the Masters champion with a chance to go to the All-America Soapbox Derby race. Should Hager win, they would have to do it all over again. They're on the starting blocks and just about ready to go.
This Masters champion doesn't get a green jacket, though.
Guess we could find one somewhere, right?
Goodwill's got to have a green jacket laying on the rack somewhere, right?
This Masters division, the older division. I say older, but racers could still be 10 years old and be in the Masters division. But you could also be upwards of 18 and be in the division. So a little bit of a delay at the top. We had the announcement of the two racers, Hill and Hager, getting them set up, and I think we're close to going, as it seems that the area has been cleared out, and yes, here they come. Starting down the steeper slope where they'll really begin to pick up speed, and pretty much neck and neck. Just what you'd expect in a championship race. And it looked like very close. I think maybe Hager, though, on that outside lane, lane 2, was the one who crossed just ahead of Ava Hill on the inside lane in her Ghostbusters.
I think you're right.
Do love the colors on that Bucky's LTD car of Cademan Hager.
Yet of this race today. Cademan Hager in car 100 wins phase 1 of that by 0.003 seconds.
Wow! All right, there's our close call of the day.
Wow!
It's what you'd expect from this bracket in a championship race.
0.003 seconds, the difference in that race.
But that basically means that's it. So you go down to the winner of the next race again. I mean, even if Hill's able to come back and get the win, pretty much by any margin, you would imagine that would be enough to go on for the win.
And we've seen a little more speed, it seems, out of that outside lane, or what is lane 2. And that is the lane that Ava Hill would be in. Remember, she was on the inside lane here in that particular run. So we will see the next time that those two get a chance to come down the hill, they would close out this bracket.
Phase 1 racing for 5th place. In lane 1, Kinsey Edwards in car 187.
So there you go, Kenzie Edwards and Kylie Hoop getting ready for phase 1, or race 1 of this heat, for 5th and 6th place. And here they come. Inside lane, working to the outside edge, now a little more back towards the middle. Over in lane 2, they tend to work to that outside edge as well. Pretty tight as they near the finish line.
Outside lane by a nose.
The outside lane. That would be
Hoop.
Kylie Hoop, who takes that one, as you said, by a nose.
Yep.
Winning that phase in lane 1, Kinsey Edwards.
No. Okay. I was looking right at the finish line. I saw a little bit of the front of the pink car out in front, but apparently I was wrong. My apologies.
So there it is, Kenzie Edwards taking the early advantage here in phase 1 in this 5th and 6th place race.
We have car 188,
Corey Edwards and Erilyn Pitts getting ready to square off in the first of their two phases in this heat to see who advances to face Caleb Height, and then that winner would advance to face Caden Blair in the championship. And again, all of these are double elimination. So should the racer out of the elimination bracket beat that winner's bracket champion, they would go right back at it again. That'll test your skill. 4 straight trips pretty much down, 2 in each lane. Off to a good start here. I believe it's Pritz in that outside lane, Edwards on this inside lane. Looks like the inside lane with the advantage, crossing that finish line first. So Corey Edwards here in lane 1, taking the early advantage.
winning that phase in lane 1 is Corey Edwards by 0.278 seconds.
0.278 seconds. Looking back at super stock, we still have to have the first and second phase between Balin Rodriguez and Haley Pleasance to determine who will face Xavier Smith for that bracket championship.
I think it's 12 o'clock.
That's what my cell phone says.
It's going based off of the bell behind me.
See what race will come next from the top of the hill. I think some of the information coming down now via the walkie-talkie.
Phase 1 in lane 1, car 999, Balin Rodriguez. In lane 2, car 39, Haley Pleasance.
So here we go, Rodriguez and Pleasance ready for phase 1, and they are on their way.
Rodriguez looks like he's got a slight edge in this inside lane to start. And looks like he has it again coming down the stretch.
Yes, from our vantage point, Balin Rodriguez able to take phase 1. Let's wait and hear what the difference is.
In that phase in lane 1, car 999, Balin Rodriguez by 0.168 seconds.
0.168, so pretty tight. Still clearly a chance for Haley Pleasance as they will switch lanes and try again. First, they got to get those cars back up to the top of the hill.
Yeah, it's going to be not the issue, but going to slow things down a little bit as we get here in the next hour or so. It's going to take a little bit longer as there's not going to be the backup of cars.
That's it. You got to wait for cars to get back up there and then the racers to kind of get set. You know, you got to get in that car, get yourself ready to go.
No cars in the loading dock right now, so let's go ahead and send it back to the station, take a 1-minute timeout. Back with more of the Soapbox Derby next.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%. Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Conveniently located at 440 Williamsport Pike in Martinsburg, Sunset Car Wash's staff specializes in keeping your car clean. From our famous 3-minute cloth wash to our touchless automatic and 6 self-serve bays, we offer whatever preference you have for your car wash needs. If your vehicle could talk, it would say, "Take me to Sunset Car Wash." At Sunset Car Wash at 440 Williamsport Pike in Martinsburg, locally owned and operated.
Next is Virginia
Welcome back into the 2021 Bucky's LTD Autobody Soapbox Derby. It has been a fun morning as we now get into the afternoon here in downtown Martinsburg as they roll down Queen Street. We have some final placings in every category now. Let's start with the Super Stock Series. We don't have the championship set yet. Still one more race to go between Rodriguez and Pleasance to see who faces off against Xavier Smith. In fourth place in the Super Stock division, it was Jackson Hill. Hank Plunkett gets fifth. Benjamin Chrisman is sixth. Toby Warfield finished seventh, and Jacoby Kearns finished eighth. In the Stock Series, again, don't have a final quite yet. Still a couple of races left to go in that one. Finals, you have a Crew Runkles in seventh place and Cedric Walker in eighth place. And in the Masters division, already one race gone in the championship between Cademan Hager and Ava Hill. Hager getting the win in the first race by a .003 margin in that one. And some finals in the Masters division. Cohen Huffman finished third, Delaney Cedars finishing fourth, and Kayla Overcash finishing in fifth, as it looks like they are about ready to get things back underway up top as they're putting cars on the ramps up top. The intersection of King and Queen Street, and an absolutely beautiful Saturday afternoon in the eastern Panhandle of West Virginia. We just heard Edwards is racing. We didn't get a first name.
Kenzie.
Okay.
It's Kylie Hoop. So this is that fifth, sixth finish in stock, and Kenzie Edwards took the first heat between the two. So, all right, can we please stop Mr. Cicada from crawling up my leg? Fly be free. There he goes.
And die in a few more weeks.
Hey, racers on their way.
That was Kenzie getting the win.
Yep, on the outside lane, that would be Edwards who would take fifth with the victory.
Now calling shotgun for the truck ride back up top.
You love it. There you go. Kenzie Edwards fifth, and Kylie Hoop in sixth. Still going to have her second run between Corey Edwards and then Erilyn Pritz to see who will face Caleb Height to get to that championship round against Caden Blair. In Super Stock, we're waiting for the second run between Balin Rodriguez and Haley Pleasance to see who will face Xavier Smith in that championship. And we've already seen the first championship run between Cademan Hager, who edged out Ava Hill. They have their phase 2 race to see whether they race all over again or whether Ava Hill is able to get the win and claim the Masters championship.
We are relaying all these finals back to the station, so if you're flipping back and forth between this and something else, by the end of the broadcast, we should have the full bracket complete, or at least the top 6 or 7 in each division: Stocks, Super Stock, and Masters. Big thanks to Colin McLaughlin back at the studio, putting all that together for the viewing audience. John Allerton's been our TV10 cameraman all day, begrudgingly working on a Saturday. Doing a great job as always.
So here we go. Matt, this is it. A champion could be determined on this run down the hill.
Yeah, the margin's so small for Hager last time that it'd be virtually impossible to get much smaller. So if Hill's able to get the win, we would imagine that she would take the crown.
.003.
Yeah, it would have to be a margin smaller than that, which is darn near impossible.
They are getting them set up now.
Have the traffic lights got you yet?
Yes.
Every now and again I'll see a green light and expect them to start going and go, wait a minute, they're not going off of that. Or I'll see a red light and then they'll start rolling. Wait a minute, why are they going to the red light?
Well, guess what? They're on their way. Championship run here, potentially for Ava Hill, for Cademan Hager, trying to force another matchup between these two where they would have another heat and each have another run in each lane.
Looks like the inside's got the slight advantage right now. See if that stays. Well, now some speed from the outside for Hill. And it looks like Hill by about half a car. And will that be enough time?
I was going to say photo finish, if you will. We are going to await the official announcement. Let's see what it is.
Alright, in the second closest stage of the day, Ava wins by 0.005 seconds.
So there you go. Ava Hill wins by 0.005 seconds.
Which means overall wins by 0.002 seconds. If my math is correct.
That's what I would have.
We haven't got that final yet, but
right.
What we understand, that's what that would mean.
That would mean Ava Hill would be your Masters champion, and I think that's what they're going over right now, checking on all of that, verifying, and we will expect that announcement here in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a photo finish. So this should be our announcement. Oh, hang on.
Walkie-talkie back up top.
Yep.
Want to make sure everybody's on the same page. Don't want to claim a winner unless you're 100% sure.
The winner of the Masters division in this year's race is Ava Hill by
2,000ths of a second. That's incredible.
Heck of a championship two-race series, wasn't it?
Yeah, great effort by Cademan Hager. Really making it tough for Ava Hill, who comes out of the winner's bracket and claims the championship. So congratulations to Ava Hill. She is our Masters champion. Hill in first, Cademan Hager second, Cohen Huffman third, Delaney Cedars fourth, Kayla Overcash fifth. All right, we are back to the elimination bracket in the stock division, where it will be Corey Edwards and Erilyn Pritz, who will meet for a second time. Corey Edwards took the first race, so Pritz is going to have to take this one and win by the differential. The winner to face Caleb Height.
No, they're not.
No, they are.
Okay, I was going.
I could see the red car on the inside lane easier than the darker color car.
Yeah, I think that was my issues. I thought I saw it leave the ramp and then lost it on the left.
Boy, very tight as they work their way down. Great run for both, and at the finish line, can you tell?
I couldn't tell.
Yeah, very, very tight.
That's going to be a very tight finish as well.
Racers, luck is here. Domino's has arrived.
There you go. Apparently some post-race dominoes.
Gotta love that. They've earned it.
Winning that phase by 0.023 seconds is Erin Prince. Corey Edwards will move on. Erin takes fourth.
So there you hear it. Corey Edwards still advances, and Erin Pritz will take the number 4 spot. Very, very good race. Last 2 races, actually last 3, have been some of the tightest margins that we have seen throughout. Just what you would expect as you get into the championship rounds.
Phase 2 in lane 1, car 39, Haley Pleasant. Racing in lane 2, Braylon Rodriguez and car 9.
So Balin Rodriguez in the outside lane. Haley Pleasance on this inside lane.
B-Rod.
And B-Rod took the first phase between these two. This winner will advance to face Xavier Smith in the pie car for the championship. Very tight race. Halfway through. Perhaps that outside lane by just a hair. And that's what I would think.
Yep, Rodriguez by a car.
Yeah, Balin Edwards taking this one. Balin Rodriguez will advance. Rodriguez to face Smith. And Haley Pleasance will be third. So now we have our championship matchup in super stock set between Xavier Smith and Balin Rodriguez. I'm imagining we've got to get to our stock division set up now between Corey Edwards and Caleb Height. Already a Masters champion crowned. We'll go over all of that at the very end. We will not be able to bring you any official award ceremonies from here. All of that takes place, we believe, in the upper portion where the start line is. We're down here at the finish line, so from a logistical standpoint, we won't be able to get that to you. But we've got all those winners, and we'll discuss those with you as we wrap up our coverage here once the final champion has been crowned. The winners advancing to the All-American Soapbox Derby race coming up in July out in Akron, Ohio, at the fantastic facilities that they have there. A little bit of time as they wait for the cars to get up there and load. Matt, I tell you what, as I look up there, I don't see any cars being loaded. Let's want to take another 1 minute break.
Let's do it. 1 minute back at the studio. We're back with more in what is the championship rounds coming up next from the 2021 Bucky's LTD Autobody Soapbox Derby. We're back in 1 minute.
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hagerstown Ford, it is that convenient. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hagerstown Ford will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time at a car dealership playing the dumb back-and-forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want and get your new ride delivered to you at no risk. See dealer for details.
Welcome back in. Matt Crawford, Matt Miller here with you as we are reaching championship time of the afternoon. There's been a fun event today in downtown Martinsburg, the 2021 Bucky's LTD Autobody Soapbox Derby. We've crowned one champion and are mere minutes away from crowning a couple more. In the Masters division, Ava Hill is your winner. Second place in that division, Cademan Hager. Third, Cohen Huffman. Fourth, Delaney Cedars. And fifth, Kayla Overcash.
Well, awaiting the cars to be returned to the top of the track, which is the square in downtown Martinsburg, and there is the pickup truck pulling in right now with the cars behind them. Yep, confirming our Masters champion Ava Hill.
And we should have her down here for an interview here in the next few minutes. Yep.
Sweet. That'll be a neat opportunity. We will grab our crowd mic with some straw on it, or hay, however you want to say it. Get a chance to talk with her as she arrives on scene. A little pizza break for some of the workers down at the end of the track. I wonder if our pause right now is that very thing. Maybe the racers all getting a little bit of something to eat.
Possibly. I know. I thought I heard on the radio the weekend here from here about a 5-minute break is what they were taking. So
okay.
So while they're taking that break, let's go ahead and send it back to the studio. Colin, let's take a 2-minute break back at the studio. When we come back, we should be inching closer to our championship races. Again, a 2-minute break back at the studio. We're back after this.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
A reputation for caring, a legacy of service. At Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, it's been our story since 1880. A family-owned business, we support the needs and wishes of families. We offer traditional services, as well as many options for cremation, customized remembrances, and pre-planning. Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations retains its family atmosphere and stays true to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning, or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hagerstown Ford, it is that convenient. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hagerstown Ford will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time at a car dealership playing the dumb back-and-forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want and get your new ride delivered to you at no risk. See dealer for details.
We welcome you back into our TV10 coverage of the 2021 Bucky's LTD Norwalk Soapbox Derby race from here in downtown Martinsburg. We're on a little bit of a break right now, but we have already crowned a champion, and in the Masters division, it is Ava Hill, and she is joining us right now, taking Matt Crawford's spot. And Ava, congratulations on the championship. Tell us what today has been like for you.
Honestly, it was just fun because we haven't had this for like 2 years because of COVID, and I was just happy to get back on the hill and just ride.
Okay, you say get back on the hill. So you have raced here before?
Yeah, this is my 5th year racing.
5th year. How has it changed from year to year? How have you grown and developed as a racer?
Well, I've lost every other year except this year. So I think that means I'm getting better.
There you go. But how close have you been in the past?
I don't really know. I think I placed 4th the last year in Superstock. I don't really know, honestly.
All right, but it's just been fun each year, right?
Yeah.
Now this adds to it to claim a championship. Tell us a little bit about your car and your runs today. What were they like?
So I was riding the white Ghostbusters Masters car, and this is my first time racing Masters, so it was pretty different. But it was fun, you know, swapping wheels and all that stuff. Just, it all comes with the package. It's just fun.
You say it's different. What makes it different?
Well, so you're laying down, and the only thing that's poking out is your eyes. So it's like kind of hard to see like peripheral and stuff when you're in the super stock and you're like basically all the way out. So I had to get used to that. But
does that bother you? Do you like to kind of have an idea of where your opponent is? Can you see them when you're going down the hill?
Well, if I'm losing, I can see them because they're in front of me. So, but it doesn't really bother me. You just kind of go. I don't know.
All right, the Ghostbusters car. Why the theme?
I don't know.
You're
asking me, yeah.
So you didn't get to choose all of that and decorate it yourself? No,
No, yeah. You just put your name on it, and that's the only thing that really personalizes it.
And then so you just kind of inherited the Ghostbusters car.
Yeah.
Are you ready to go to Akron, Ohio?
Yeah. I'm excited.
Have you heard much about being out there before? I know we've had some racers out here that have gone out there and done very well.
Yeah. I'm excited because I've never been, and it'll be something new, and it'll be fun.
Well, we wish you all the best as you continue on to the All-America Soapbox Derby race. This is Ava Hill, and she is your Masters champion here today. Ava, congratulations. Give me a fist bump.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Great job. And we're not quite racing yet, so we'll send it back to the studio. Let's go ahead and take another 2-minute timeout on the other side of the break. Hopefully we'll get back to racing and get ready to crown champions in the Super Stock and the Stock division as well. Stay tuned. We're back after this.
Conveniently located at 440 Williamsport Pike in Martinsburg, Sunset Car Wash's staff specializes in keeping your car clean. From our famous 3-minute cloth wash to our touchless automatic and 6 self-serve bays, we offer whatever preference you have for your car wash needs. If your vehicle could talk, it would say, "Take me to Sunset Car Wash." At Sunset Car Wash at 440 Williamsport Pike in Martinsburg, locally owned and operated.
A reputation for caring, a legacy of service. At Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, it's been our story since 1880. A family-owned business, we support the needs and wishes of families. We offer traditional services, as well as many options for cremation, customized remembrances, and pre-planning. Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations retains its family atmosphere and stays true to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning, or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hagerstown Ford, it is that convenient. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hagerstown Ford will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time at a car dealership playing the dumb back-and-forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want and get your new ride delivered to you at no risk. See dealer for details.
All right, we are back once again here in downtown Martinsburg, the Norwalk Soapbox Derby race. Oh, let me not forget Bucky's LTD at the beginning of that, as they are the title sponsor or main sponsor. And folks, we are back to racing as we have two new racers heading down the track. Did not get an announcement, so we'll find out who those racers are as they make their way across the finish line. Looks like this inside lane may have the slight advantage, and yes, on the inside lane.
And it should be the stock division.
Yep, and it is Corey Edwards and Caleb Heights, and on this inside lane, that was Corey Edwards, who appeared to cross just ahead of Caleb Heights.
Cicadas are out in full force now.
They definitely are. They were quiet earlier.
Yeah.
Not so quiet now. All right, and we are waiting for the official announcement.
In lane 1 was Corey Edwards
There
at
0.029 seconds. The differential for Edwards against Caleb Heights. This one is for third place / second place / first place because whoever drops this one will finish third, and whoever wins this one will face Caden Blair for the championship in the stock division.
And in lane 2, car 999, Balin Rodriguez.
So here we go, the first round between Xavier Smith and Balin Rodriguez. And they are on their way down the hill. Xavier Smith on this inside. And it looks like Smith has the lead, working towards the finish line. Balin Rodriguez in that outside lane, and it is going to be Xavier Smith who will cross that finish line first. This is one of those cases, again, where Balin Rodriguez is going to have to win twice against Xavier Smith.
In a early 0-1 hole.
0.267 seconds.
So 0.267 seconds.
Now's when the waiting game kicks in. There's only, 4 cars left that are racing right now with a fifth one waiting?
Right, that are racing now as we're waiting on Caden Blair, who will take on the winner between Corey Edwards and Caleb Height. Nice job by these kids to be able to get food in them in 5 minutes and get back out.
Oh, you remember being a kid this age and you're telling me you couldn't scarf down 3 pieces of pizza in 6 minutes?
I could still do it at this age. It just wouldn't settle quite the same. As a kid, you can do that and then get back in a car and go back to racing. As an adult, you do that and you just, I'm going to go lay down now. We have had a lot of fun. It's some good racing here today. Some really, really close races, especially down the stretch.
I'm not sure what I expected coming in, but this was definitely exceeding expectations.
And some great paint jobs. I was a bit surprised hearing Ava Smith, saying, Ava Hill, saying that she really didn't get to choose the makeup of her car and so forth. It was kind of like, here's your car. She gets to put her name on it, and away you go.
So I wonder if we are giving Xavier Smith a little more credit for being a math whiz than he may be.
We'll have to ask him if we...
Somebody was a math whiz who created that car, but may not be Smith.
If we get that opportunity, we will find out. Not sure if we'll get a chance to interview each of the champions today. It'll all be dependent on how the races finish and what their ceremonies will be and how quickly they will need to be making their way back up to the start line. And for whatever reason, having a little technical difficulties on the microphone.
Yeah, Matt's not moving his microphone in and out of his face. It's just kind of fading in and out on us. It's baseball season. There's dirt on just about everything we own at the moment.
That there is, and some cicadas as well. As here comes one buzzing right towards us.
Buzzing the tower.
We are directly under one of the trees in front of what at one time was a part of the St. Joseph's Catholic School. I believe they still use it. It's also where Sea Cap Loaves and Fishes is located, correct? Isn't that in the building in here as well? Just off of Stephen Street, just down a little bit from Stephen Street. And so the cicada is very heavy in the trees right around us. That's why you're hearing the chirping as loudly as you are. The finish line just to our right, a little more towards, say, the middle of the parking lot next to the school. And the start-finish line right up at the top of the hill, directly in front of the Martinsburg-Berkeley County Public Library.
So when did they, I know you said you drove through downtown yesterday afternoon. Was this all starting to be set up, or was this early this morning activity by the city of Martinsburg?
I'm imagining it must have been either a late night / early morning activity, because number one, it was still raining pretty good when I rolled through here. And yeah, number two, there was no indication of anything coming. The finish line sign had not been hung. The start sign at the top of the hill, no hay bales that I saw laying around in any way, certainly no cones. And so this all came together this morning, and a lot of volunteers putting in some early morning hours to make sure that everything is set up and ready to go for this race today.
Looks like the truck is back. Yeah, not sure how much they have blocked off. Whether that's a quick trip back around or whether he's fighting any sort of traffic getting back up there.
I know they have some barricades in spots that help on that route to be able to get the cars back up to the start line from the finish line. And it basically becomes a big loop. If you're familiar with Stephen, they'll head Stephen Street. I believe it's College or one of those anyway. Which one is it? John Alderton knows the streets better than I do. Oh, so he's got to go all the way to Maple and then up Maple to make your way down King Street back to the square. And then once they drop them off, they'll go a block or two down the other direction and then work their way back to Stephen Street. So Spring, is that what it is, Spring? So
a 3-hour tour, folks.
There it is. But bring
Gilligan and the skipper.
Bring plenty of clothing, because just like Gilligan, you never know how much you'll need on the 3-hour tour. It has been a good day and is about to get even better for another 2 racers, as we have already had one champion crowned. Ava Hill going to be on her way to the All-American Soapbox Derby race. And let's see who will join her.
Xavier Smith, 1 win away.
That's it.
Or at least a close second-place finish away.
That's it. Has the .267 edge over Balin Rodriguez. And Rodriguez has had a tremendous day as well, when you think that he had a bye in that opening round and then suffered the loss against Haley Pleasance in that next round, and that put Edwards into a situation where he was going to have to battle back through that elimination bracket, and got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wins to be able to get to this position here. So I know it'll be disappointing if he does not get it done to be able to go out to Akron, Ohio, but either way, he has had a great day.
One of your friends back?
Crawling up my leg again. See you later, alligator.
Does look like they are starting to load up some cars at the top of the hill.
Now racing in stock division, phase 2. Car 49, Carol Pike, racing in lane 1.
All right, so phase 2 between Corey Edwards and Caleb Height. And Corey Edwards took the first phase, so an Edwards win would put her on to face Caden Blair for the championship. Caleb Height would need to get the win, and the differential right now is .029, so pretty tight.
Looks like everybody's out from in front of the cars, so we should start rolling here soon.
here they come, I believe.
Yep.
Yes. Making their way down from our vantage point, really tough, but they look pretty much side by side. Reaching that steeper portion of the hill. Looks like maybe a little slight edge here on the inside lane. Boy, could be a photo finish as they reach that finish line, and I don't know if you could see any
outside
better.
it looked like.
The outside lane would be that of Corey Edwards, who won that first phase of this heat. They are looking at the numbers now. And here comes the announcement.
By 0.008 seconds. Winner overall and advancing to the championship round is Corey Edwards of car 188.
So there you go. It was actually height, they said.
It was by 0.008 seconds.
First, yeah. But Corey Edwards advances, so Caleb Height will finish third. And Corey Edwards moves on to the championship round. Congratulations to each of these racers. It'll be Edwards and Blair who will now meet for the championship.
Phase 2 of the championship round in lane 1, car 999, Balin Rodriguez. In lane 2, car...
So Balin Rodriguez and Xavier Smith ready for phase 2. Rodriguez would need to get the win in this particular phase and then win in that differential as well. So they get ready to come out of the starting blocks. All is clear.
And they're off.
Here they come. Xavier Smith in that outside lane. Rodriguez on this inside lane. Very tight race. Right now it looks like Rodriguez may have the slight advantage on this inside lane. Very good run for Balin Rodriguez. Yeah, Rodriguez is going to cross first.
By a car.
Yes.
And a half. And that may be enough to
force another race.
To get the job done.
Winning that phase is Balin Rodriguez by 0.532 seconds.
Yep.
Which means Balin has technically won that heat. And because of that, the two racers will race again to determine the final winner.
There you go. So Balin Rodriguez picks up what would be a 6th consecutive win after dropping the first heat of the day against Haley Pleasance, and Rodriguez forces a final race between himself and Xavier Smith. They again will have the 2 phases. You have to go down in each lane because of variations in the lanes, and it becomes a matter of who can win both races and or who can win the differential. And so those cars and those racers will make their way back up to the top of the hill. Meanwhile, we will get ready for the first phase between Caden Blair and Corey Edwards. And they are not loading those vehicles up at this point, so not quite ready. And remember, Corey Edwards just got finished facing Caleb Height moments ago. So I don't know exactly what they may need to do to the cars in between, checking on things, but it is taking a few minutes as they get ready for these final couple of races. Always exciting as we get ready to crown 2 more champions here on this great Saturday afternoon for Soapbox Derby racing. You saw 12 racers start out in the stock division. 15 racers Starting out in the Super Stock division. And I said 5 earlier. My apologies. It's actually 6 that were in the Masters division. I was looking at the one by and not realizing how things worked out in the second round. So when you look at it as a whole, you're talking about 33 racers all in all here today in the 3 different classifications. And out of those 33, we crowned 3 champions, 1 in each division, Stock, Super Stock, and Masters. And those 3 will advance to the All-American Soapbox Derby race out in Akron, Ohio. They are getting everything situated at the top of the hill, still not ready to begin to load either car.
They are. Their cars are coming in now.
There they are.
How many, when you talk about going, and I don't know if you have the answer to this question or not, when they go to Ohio, how many overall kids are usually out there? Like how many Soapbox Derby teams are there, or organizations are there across the Mountain State or in Maryland? Or I'm curious to know how many are going out to Ohio. Or maybe it's not as many as I would think it may be. I know growing up where I did, I had never heard of anybody doing the Soapbox Derby, so I don't know how commonplace it is necessarily across the country.
I am pulling some of that information up.
If only there was something we could type a question into and get an answer in a second. Maybe somebody will invent that one day. Even one you could carry around with you.
I think Al Gore did.
He did.
Yeah. Let's see. According to a Wikipedia account, which means take that for what it's worth, but approximately 500 racers compete in 2 or 3 heats to determine a world champion at the American Soapbox Derby race. There are 3 racing divisions in most locals and at the All-America competition, and we are racing all 3 of those here, Stock, Super Stock, and Masters. So when you put it all together, according to this page, approximately 500 racers will converge on Akron, Ohio, and those racers come from all over. I'm looking to see a date right now for that All-America race. Here we go, Derby Downs events. We'll see what we can find there.
Cars are getting loaded up now as we should get the first race between Corey Edwards and Caden Blair underway here in just a moment.
Are we getting an announcement? I think we might be.
Underway. Did not get the announcement of who's in lane 1 or 2, but they're underway coming down the hill. So they're actually going back to the Super Stock. So this is Smith and Rodriguez again, and it's Rodriguez.
Yes. Wow, and now Balin Rodriguez is a race away from winning the championship and advancing out to the All-America Derby in Akron. Tell you, he has come out of nowhere. If he gets this win and goes all the way, man, you just got to applaud the ability to continue to battle and battle and battle after dropping that very opening round against Haley Pleasance. Impressive. Still waiting for that opening round between Caden Blair and Corey Edwards.
I think we have it.
Phase 1 in lane 1, car 62, Caden Blair. In lane 2,
And it feels like we haven't called Caden Blair's name in an hour or so.
It has been a while, or so it seems.
Looks like they're just about ready to go.
Yep, they are loaded up and they're off. Slowly working their way to the crest in the hill where the speed begins to pick up.
I think I can.
And now you're going, I definitely can, as they gain that speed. Looks like an edge right now on the inside lane. I believe it's Blair on this inside lane. And it is. Caden Blair takes this initial run against Corey Edwards. Let's hear the differential time as they cross the line.
Winning that phase by 0.511 seconds, car 62, Caden Blair.
0.511 seconds.
So about a half a second right there.
Yes. Which is a good bit of time there. That could be tough to overcome. We'll find out as Corey Edwards will have a chance. I believe they've already taken the other two cars back up. So it should be Xavier Smith and Balin Rodriguez coming up next. And should Rodriguez get the win, then he would be Superstock champion, already forcing this particular round. It's been very impressive. We wait for those cars to be loaded at the top of the hill. I did not find the specific date. Let me go back again. See, I'm on the official Soapbox Derby page. Let's go find the race program.
Truck is pulling back to the top of the hill. So we should be loading everything up here and rolling again.
It will not be long, and we'll see Xavier Smith and Balin Rodriguez go at it one more time.
They will do a quick cleanup of the racetrack, and then after that, the trophy ceremony will be at topside under the tent.
So topside under the tent we hear for that closing ceremony. The All-American Soapbox Derby has been around since 1934. And I love their description. Gravity racing, capital of the world, 989 feet of gravity-powered fun and excitement. That's the length of the course there in Akron.
I wonder how they get 989 feet. Like, where does that number come from?
That I don't know. Here we go. The 83rd First Energy All-American Soapbox Derby race week will be July 20th through the 24th. I don't see anything that allows me to click to get more information, but I know there are various events that go on with the car check-in and then the maintenance and all of the things on the car, making sure that it is per specs and ready to go, and the various events where the racers all get to meet one another and hang out together and be able to learn a little bit about each one and where you're from.
Yeah, I was going to say it's probably cool, especially for the younger kids that may not be at the high school level yet, or even some of the kids that are at that high school level, just to be able to have an opportunity to meet the people from around the country that you may not always get the opportunity to do unless you're in a situation like this.
Car 314, Xavier Smith in lane
here we go. They are in the starting blocks, and our super stock champion could be crowned with this race. Will be, one way or another.
Yeah,
who will it be?
And the other truck up top as well, so it should be a pretty quick turnaround for the next race as well. And
they're off. Rodriguez in that outside lane. Smith on the inside lane. Smith needs a win, and then needs to win that differential right now.
Looks like he has a slight edge right now on the inside lane.
Just a slight one. Can he stretch it out at all? He's holding his ground pretty good.
Looks like about a length of a car, although a late surge.
All right, there it is. Xavier Smith crosses first to win this phase, and now we wait for the differential time. Very close. They're looking at the times right now. We await the announcement. The suspense is killing me.
Last phase was Xavier Smith in the 5-car, 0.373 seconds, taking the heat by 0.05 of a second.
So the champion is Xavier Smith. There you go. Wow. Xavier Smith, the champion, and by the slimmest of margins.
So we've seen a championship by 2/100ths of a second, and now by 5/100ths of a second in two separate classes.
And what's really neat is a friend there greeting him, meeting him. That's our man with the mohawk. That's Hank, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is. So Hank Plunkett right there and celebrating with Xavier Smith. I love it. So Xavier Smith, our super stock champion. We already met Ava Hill, our Masters champion, and there is one champion to crown, and it's in the stock division, and we can do that right now. So Corey Edwards will be on the inside lane, and Caden Blair on that outside lane, and Blair winning the first phase by 0.511 of a second. So that means Corey Edwards needs to have a really good run here. And they are off. Final champion to be crowned here today. Blair on that outside lane, Edwards on that inside lane. And right now it looks like Edwards has the slight edge. Trying to keep it on course.
A late veer right there.
Yes.
But yeah, he's got it by a car.
And there it is. Yeah. Nice run that time by Corey Edwards.
Yeah.
And that may very well be enough.
It was, what, just about a half second, the first run.
But hang on.
Winner of that phase is Corey Edwards by 0.641, meaning Corey wins the heat.
And we do it again. There it is. You got to go again, as we have had the forcing, if you will, of the ultimate championship run in both the stock and the super stock divisions.
All right, well, we know it's going to be a few minutes for him to get up and set up, so let's send it back to the station, take a 2-minute timeout, and we're back with more and the championship run in the stock division of the 2021 Bucky's LTD Autobody at Norwalk Soapbox Derby when we come back.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Conveniently located at 440 Williamsport Pike in Martinsburg, Sunset Car Wash's staff specializes in keeping your car clean. From our famous 3-minute cloth wash to our touchless automatic and 6 self-serve bays, we offer whatever preference you have for your car wash needs. If your vehicle could talk, it would say, "Take me to Sunset Car Wash." That's Sunset Car Wash at 440 Williamsport Pike in Martinsburg. Locally owned and operated.
A reputation for caring, a legacy of service. At Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, it's been our story since 1880. A family-owned business, we support the needs and wishes of families. We offer traditional services, as well as many options for cremation, customized remembrances, and pre-planning. Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations retains its family atmosphere and stays true to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning, or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Welcome back in. Matt Cropper, Matt Miller here with you. John Alderton, our TV10 cameraman today, doing a fantastic job as always. Colin McLaughlin is our studio engineer for today's Soapbox Derby. We have one champion left to be crowned, and it will happen after the next 2 races. Come hell or high water, we will, after these 2 races, crown a champion in the stock division.
Yep, the 2 phases of the final heat of the day. Phase 1 will have the cars in lane 1 or lane 2, and then they switch lanes for phase 2. Should the same racer win both of the phases, that racer will be the champion. Should they split, it all comes down to a differential. So you will see what's the difference. The race in race 1, what was their margin of victory, and then the winner in race 2, what was their margin, and whoever had the more narrow or the wider margin of victory, depending on how you look at it, is the one that ends up moving forward. And we have seen some tight finishes down this stretch to determine champions. And guess what? From everything I understand in here, it gets even tighter when you're talking about 500 racers in all of the different classes out in Akron, Ohio at the All-America Soapbox Derby.
We saw Ava Hill win the Masters division by 2 100ths of a second. And then we saw Xavier Smith win by 5 100ths of a second.
And right now, phase 1, whoever can win this phase could potentially get that early advantage. Although we've seen some of those that are so tight at the end of that first phase that, whoever wins that second phase, it would have to be such a thin margin, that it doesn't always mean, hey, when you win that first phase, okay, I'm in the driver's seat. Not necessarily. So Corey Edwards is in lane 1. Caden Blair is in lane 2. They're at the top of the hill, getting into position, just about ready for the next to last race of the day. Technically the last heat, but the 2 will go at it again, switching lanes after this one ends. Have we timed them at all coming down the hill?
Let's do it here.
Let me grab my phone and see if I can get there. I can't tell quite when they leave, though.
I get a pretty good idea on the iPad with our views of changing cameras.
So you tell me when to hit that stopwatch. Now, I can see one of the cars
Boy, that's
moving.
awful tough for me to tell you, and you're going to jump in front.
Inside lane looks like a slight advantage right now. I believe that would be Edwards. You have still that slight advantage on this left or inside lane, and yep, there it is. Corey Edwards. Takes him just about 30 seconds to get down the hill.
To go 989 feet,
well,
right?
That's up there. I don't think this is that same distance. I think it's actually longer when you get out there to Akron, Ohio. I'm not sure what an official distance is here. But as they were crossing that finish line, they're crossing at just about 30 seconds. So there you go. Edwards takes the lead. And they will go back to the top of the hill and come down one more time. Just a little bit after 1 o'clock. TV10 and WRNR TV coverage of the Bucky's LTD Norwalk Soapbox Derby race here in Martinsburg, West Virginia. One of the other elements that I wanted to look at, I think this is still the only remaining local race. As I look at this, the last surviving Soapbox Derby in the area, according to the Facebook page.
What is the area? How do you define the area?
Well, again, with some racers coming in from outside of the area, I'm assuming, does that include Hagerstown and Winchester? There's not one in Charlestown. Or in Jefferson County, not one in Morgan County. So I would assume by the word area that they're meaning even outside of just the 3 Panhandle counties. That I don't know, because it does go on then to mention that they do have racers, including those who come from the surrounding areas of Maryland and Virginia.
While they make a trip back around the block, let's send it back to the studio, take one more commercial break in our coverage today. Calling a 2-minute break back to the studio, then our final race here at the 2021 Bucky's LTD Autobody Norwalk Soapbox Derby. We're back in 2 minutes.
Conveniently located at 440 Williamsport Pike in Martinsburg, Sunset Car Wash's staff specializes in keeping your car clean. From our famous 3-minute cloth wash to our touchless automatic and 6 self-serve bays, we offer whatever preference you have for your car wash needs. If your vehicle could talk, it would say, "Take me to Sunset Car Wash." At Sunset Car Wash at 440 Williamsport Pike in Martinsburg, locally owned and operated.
A reputation for caring, a legacy of service. At Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, it's been our story since 1880. A family-owned business, we support the needs and wishes of families. We offer traditional services, as well as many options for cremation, customized remembrances, and pre-planning. Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations retains its family atmosphere and stays true to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning, or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hagerstown Ford, it is that convenient. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hagerstown Ford will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time at a car dealership playing the dumb back-and-forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, No dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want and get your new ride delivered to you at no risk. See dealer for details.
On our WRNR TV YouTube channel, as apparently, thank you, Lois Nelson, there is a race in Harrisonburg, Virginia. The other closest race is in Glendale, West Virginia, so the northern Panhandle. The only sanctioned track in the state of West Virginia is in Charleston.
Yeah, that's at the park where the Little League plays in South Charleston. They have a soapbox derby track down there.
Done that.
Yes.
Went there for Little League Baseball 2 years ago. Where a indoor extension cord and pouring down rain almost took my life.
Almost.
So yeah, thank you to Lois Nelson for that information.
Yes.
And thanks to everybody tuning in. A bunch of, looking at the picture that Colin McLaughlin sent me from the studio, and seeing a lot of comments. So thank you everybody for tuning in, and hope you've enjoyed the coverage. And I'm sure this is going to be the first of many years to come doing this. So hopefully this has been an enjoyable experience for those that may not be in the area, watching family, watching friends, and just enjoying the Soapbox Derby this year.
I know it's been fun for us.
Again, before we sign off, I want to go over the sponsors one more time. The title sponsor is Bucky's LTD Autobody. The finish line sponsor is Virginia Riggers. The other sponsors for today's activities, the Norwalk Antique Car Club, Sheets, Berkeley County Youth Fair Association, B&S Hauling, Buzz Poland and the Union Sales Company, the First Energy Corporation, Main Street Martinsburg, Domino's, B&G Custom, Chick-fil-A, DM Bowman, and the Hornby Media Group, which is us here as TV10, Talk Radio WRNR, and Around the Panhandle magazine.
Today in the stock division in lane 1, car 62, Caden Blair.
So they switch lanes this go around. Caden Blair in lane 1, Corey Edwards in lane 2. Edwards already with the win as they came down this last time. So let's see if Corey Edwards can close it out with a championship.
They're on their way.
Here they come, yeah. And again, the outside edge of the track seems to be where everybody likes to be, especially on the upper level. Boy, again, looks like a little bit of an advantage on this inside lane right now. There you go, and a nice run for Caden Blair.
That's going to be close.
Yeah, the differential will be the difference. Who will win the stock championship?
That's phased by 0.737 seconds. It's car 62, Caden Blair. Caden is our stock division champion.
There you go. Caden Blair is our stock division champion as he gets the win in the second phase of the heat against Corey Edwards. What a great effort for both racers. And again, Matt, extremely close. Extremely close, but in the end, it is Caden Blair who gets the win. Nice job. A fist bump with Corey Edwards. Congratulations on a great day for Edwards, and we have now crowned all three of our champions today, Matt.
Yeah, and it's been a very exciting day. Again, my first opportunity to be involved in any sort of soapbox derby, so it has been awfully fun to be around this today, and a special event today for sure. And man, I think we have our most recent champion ready to, hop on the air.
So you want this one?
No, we'll keep it consistent.
All right.
I'll let you do this.
Let's welcome in Caden Blair. I will turn that down. You can just set your helmet up there. Just stick those on. And yeah, you're pretty good right there. Let me turn that up. There's a camera staring at you, so we'll look that direction. Even though I'm a little behind you, pay no attention to that. Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
How do you feel?
surprised because it's only my second time racing.
Only your second time. So was the first time in 2019, 2 years ago?
Yes.
And how did that go for you?
I got 4th place, so I did pretty good in my opinion.
Yeah, very good for the first time ever. So is this the same car? Do you have to change cars? How does that work?
No, I'm still in stock, so I have the same exact car.
Same exact car. So the difference is from 2 years ago to now, just learning how to handle it a little better?
Yep.
What is the hardest part as you're coming down that hill?
I would say getting on to the left or the right side before I get more speed.
Does it take you that first time down to kind of get a feel for the track and where you need to be to make sure you're getting maximum speed?
Yes, very much.
All right, take us through the day as you worked your way right through that winner's bracket. When you're going from each heat to each heat, do they seem to get a little tougher?
Yes, very.
So now you get a chance to make your way to the All-American Soapbox Derby race. How exciting is that?
Very exciting, but I don't know if I'm able to go.
Oh, no. So you're not sure about being able to make that trip?
Yep.
Oh, boy. Have you thought about the 3 lanes on the course out there and what that might be like?
Yeah, it seems probably even harder.
Yeah, I would imagine. Is it tough out there even in the 2 lanes? Tell us about the focus that you have to have.
Well, yeah, because you have to, it's hard to see because you have to keep your head just about all the way down into the car. And you have a helmet, so it's very hard to see.
We heard that earlier from Ava Hill. She said the same thing as the Masters champion, that the vision is probably one of the toughest things. All right, tell us more about your car. You said it's the same car that you ran a couple of years ago. What was it like building that, putting it together, and being ready to go?
Well, actually, it was one of my dad's friends. He had that, so he just gave it to us.
Nice. So did you get to practice at all to be ready to race down the hill today?
Yeah, well, actually, no, because we didn't even know about it until, 2 days ago.
All right, so you're just kind of a last-second entry.
Yep.
And here you are now, a champion. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Appreciate the time, and enjoy yourself, and I hope you do get a chance to make your trip. All right, we're going to step Caden out. Caden Blair, thank you. I'm going to pull this off, and we're going to welcome in, I think we got Xavier Smith. He is our winner in the Super Stock Division. Xavier, I'll pop that on for you, and let's see, yep, right about there. Xavier, how you doing?
Good.
Congratulations. I love that smile, man. You're excited, aren't you?
Yeah.
Pretty cool?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a camera over there, so look that direction a little bit so everybody can see that big smile. Tell us what today was like for you.
So it's my first year racing, and obviously I woke up at 5 a.m. Not the best part, gotta be honest. Then I did a couple of races, and I won. Yeah.
So your first time racing in the Soapbox Derby right here today?
Yeah.
And you're a champion. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So what was it like for you at the top of the hill, your very first race, as you're in the starting gates, you're kind of leaning down, you're looking down the course, you're about to do this. Mm-hmm. What was going through your mind?
So at first I didn't know if I'd want to do it. I didn't even want to go to Akron at that point, but once I realized how fun it was, because at first it was a lot to take in.
Yep.
But once I realized how fun it was, I really wanted to win, so I just tried my best to win from there on out.
All right, we got to ask you, your car, we kept calling it all day long. It's the Pi car, 3.14. Mm-hmm. Was that your idea, or did you kind of inherit that car?
I inherited it from someone else who
Okay.
came up with the idea, and we just went with the idea.
You like that one?
Yeah. And it's funny because I really like math, and I just happened to get that car.
There you go. Matt Crawford, my partner, we were saying you've got to be a math guy if you're in a car like 3.1416. Mm-hmm. So does math help you on the course out there as you're thinking angles and straight lines and all of that?
Advanced math probably does.
All right.
But I'm not that advanced.
You won on your first try. You may be more advanced than you think. Give yourself some credit here. Talk to us about the All-American Soapbox Derby race. How much do you know about it, and how excited are you for this opportunity to go out to Akron?
So my friend went his second year. This is his fifth year. And he showed me a bunch of tips and tricks, like to stay near the cones.
Okay.
So that he's probably the main reason I won, and I'm really excited to go to Akron.
And your friend who gave you those pointers, who's that?
He's right there, Hank.
Is that Hank?
Yeah, Hank.
Hank, I know you're not on camera. Come on over. You can say hi to everybody. But Hank, you had arguably one of our favorite cars today in the Freaky Tiki. Love the paint job and the decals and all of that stuff. What's that? It's a vinyl wrap. Yeah, well, it is a sharp-looking car. And you had a very good day yourself. So you've been out to Akron before, you said? Well, I want to pop this off. Xavier, first of all, fist bump. Great job. Thank you. Congratulations. And Hank, let's get you on here for just a second. Xavier, I'm going to lift you up just so I can get him closer because the cables won't reach that far. And Hank, give us a quick idea. For these racers that are getting ready to make their way out to Akron, what's it like when you get out there? Look at that camera and tell everybody.
Well, honestly, I didn't do the best out in Akron. I got out one of the first round, but...
That happens to a lot of racers, because there are, hundreds of racers that are out there.
There's a lot of, professional, really good ones, too.
Okay, but the experience itself, what was that like? You met people from all over?
Yeah, there was even, people from Japan, and it was awesome.
And you got to see all the different cars? Were you able to kind of walk around and look at everybody's?
Yeah.
And so some neat paint jobs and all of that? And
yeah, it was really fun. It was really cool.
And then race day, pretty good atmosphere? Was there a lot of people and things?
Yeah, but so honestly, during Akron, the lanes depend on the time. The beginning of the race till 9:30, the right lane is the fastest.
All right.
I've heard stories, and it proved to be true too. So.
Well, and it's kind of funny.
It's 3 lanes, right?
Yes, it's 3 lanes. I know out there.
That's a lot different than just 2.
You didn't get stuck in the middle, did you?
Maybe once I did.
Okay. Yeah, because I hear that middle lane is the toughest because of that. The lack of peripheral vision sometimes, right? When you're down in that car, vision is pretty straightforward, isn't it?
When you're on the sides, it sucks you right in too.
Oh my!
It sucks you right into the guardrail. So
you gotta really focus.
Yeah.
Well, Hank, thank you for a few minutes of your time and giving us a little explanation. I'm going to pull you out. Matt, jump back in, and we'll go ahead and wrap it up from here. John, thank you. Great job on the camera work. And one more time, let's welcome in another cicada. You can see that on the camera, everybody, as we try to go ahead and get rid of him. So, Matt, a fun day.
It was a good one. I enjoyed it, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And so one more time, we tell you in our Masters division, Ava Hill is the champion. In the Super Stock, it is Xavier Smith. And in the Stock division, it is Caden Blair. Congratulations to each one of them and to all of the racers for making this such a great day. And, Matt, it wouldn't happen without an awful lot of volunteers as well.
Yeah, it's been really, from our vantage point, flawless from start to finish. Everybody, again, with not having one last year, it's always interesting when you're doing an event like this, picking it back up after a year. But I thought today went extremely well. It seemed like the drivers were ready to go. And the transport team was awesome today, transporting those guys back up to the top, and just everybody involved. A great morning and early afternoon.
Well, and thank you to everyone for all of their help and support in giving us information, the brackets, getting us set up and ready to go on the air today. I'm going to forget names, so I'm not going to go through any of them just so I don't leave anybody out. But, I mean, so many people involved in emails and information that we received. The city of Martinsburg, I know, helping to set us up with our electric power and so forth. Just a great effort all the way around, and we are pleased that we could be a part of it. So I think that wraps it up for us, right?
Yes, sir.
That does. Thank you for joining us here at TV10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. For John Alderton running the camera, for Matt Crawford, I'm Matt Miller. Until next time, so long, everyone.